We're live now.
Well, good evening, Carson. Today is Tuesday, February 15th. I'm calling to order the meeting of the City of Carson Housing Authority, Successor Agency, and City Council. In accordance with the American Disabilities Act of 1990, if you require disability-related modification or accommodation to attend or participate in the meeting, including auxiliary aids or services, please call the City Clerk's office at 310-952-1720 at least 48 hours ahead of time. The public may address the members of the City Council on any matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council or on any item on the agenda of the City Council during the designated public comment period. Because of the threat of COVID-19, the coronavirus, you're urged to take all appropriate health safety precautions. Public viewing is available by live stream on the city's website. The meeting will be live streamed over the internet via www.carson.ca.gov or on your YouTube, www.youtube.com/C/City of Carson, California. Its official YouTube page. You may view it also on cable TV, Spectrum Channel 35 and AT&T Channel 99. You may call in to make a live comment over the phone by calling 1-669-900-6833. Meeting ID 310-233-4888 on the date of the meeting during the portion of the agenda entitled Oral Communications. There will be 2 oral communication sessions, one for the agendized items, comment items on the agenda, and the other will be non-agendized items. Email your public comments to cityclerk@carsonca.gov. Written communications can be placed into the metal drop box located in front of City Hall. Roll call, Madam City Clerk.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Bocatia Rojas.
Present.
Councilmember Hicks.
Present.
Councilmember Deere.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Hilton.
Present.
Madam Mayor Lula Davis Holmes.
Present.
Thank you.
We'll have a flag salute by Councilman Deere, please.
Everyone, please stand and face the flag if you have one handy. Otherwise, look at the screen. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
We're honored this evening to have our invocation by none other than Reverend Thomas Alexander, Carson Christian Outreach Apostolic Faith Church. Pastor, welcome.
Well, it's a pleasure to be with you on this occasion. Certainly the Lord has told us, if in all our ways we acknowledge him, that he will direct our steps. So realizing our need for that, we're going to make this prayer. Our gracious Father, we approach you with a heart of thanksgiving. You've been so good to us and you brought us through so much, even in the recent pandemic and all the situations you brought us through to this point. Lord, and we know that you brought us this far and we can depend on you. We thank you for this city council and for this great city that we are a part of, Lord, and we ask you that you will manifest your presence among all that is said and done on today. We know there are matters great and small that are before this body at this time. Lord, and as Solomon asked for wisdom to go in and out before your people and make righteous judgments, so may you give us that wisdom that is necessary to meet the needs of your people, this great city of Carson today. We pray this and we thank you for it in Jesus' name. Amen.
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 Thank you so much, Pastor, for joining us today.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, are there any comments on closed session items?
There are none, ma'am.
Okay. Madam City Attorney, could you report out on closed session items, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The council will meet in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 to enable the Housing Authority to consider negotiations with Jordan Prine and Emily War Thomas Saffron regarding real property known as 21704 South Figueroa Street, APN number 7343-019-901 and 7343-019-900. The council will meet pursuant to the same Government Code section regarding real property known as East 223rd Street, APN number 7315-012-900, 7315-012-804. And the City of Carson will meet to determine terms of payment criteria regarding negotiations for that property. The council will meet pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9E1 because there is a significant exposure to litigation in one case, and the council will meet pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1 for the purpose of considering the appointment for a public employee for the position of city manager. And lastly, the council will meet in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6 with Mr. David Roberts, the acting city manager, regarding labor negotiations with AIM CPA affiliated with SEIU Local 721, AFSCME 1017, and AFSCME Local 809. That concludes my report, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I have a comment to Sunny. When you referred to Government Code Section 54956.9E1, significant exposure to litigation in one case, but it says 3 cases on the agenda.
Oh, thank you for clarifying that. I see that. I apologize. It is 3 cases.
It is 3. Okay.
The good news is I may only talk to you about one matter.
Oh, okay. Well, that saves time.
Okay, that's it. We're gonna convene, recess to close session. We should be back about 6 o'clock, 6:10. We're gonna go into closed session.
28.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. We're reconvening to open session. Madam City Attorney, could you report out on closed session item, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The council met in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 to enable the Housing Authority to engage in real property negotiations regarding property known as 21704 South Figueroa and 526 West Carson Street. No reportable action was taken. The council met pursuant to the same Government Code section regarding real property known as East 223rd Street, APN number 7315-012-900, 7315-012-804. No reportable action was taken. The council met pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9E1 because there's a potential litigation in 3 cases. The council covered 2 of those matters and no reportable action was taken. If there's time permitting tonight, the council will take up the last item at a later time. The council met pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1 for purposes of considering the appointment for a public employee for the position of the city manager. No reportable action was taken. And the council lastly met pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6 with their labor negotiators regarding AIM CPSA affiliated with SEIU Local 721, AFSCME 1017, and AFSCME Local 809, and no reportable action was taken. That concludes my report, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. So, David, remind me before I close out that we're going to reconvene the closed session because I started moving pretty fast.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to take up item number 9 because I know Representative Tanya Ortiz-Franklin, our board member, is here to do a report based upon a letter that we had sent to them. Tanya, you're there. Hi there. How are you?
I am. I'm great. Thanks so much for inviting us.
Yeah. There was a letter that went to LAUSD regarding our request for increased park LAUSD patrol. And I did meet with our board member, and then we also received a letter from Superintendent Romero. So Tanya's here to give us a brief update and to give us some of my suggestions, I guess.
Yeah, thanks for having us. And, any chance I get to meet with community, I think it's important to share a little bit about who we are and what our big goals are. So we have a small PowerPoint, if that's okay. Can I share my screen with you all? I promise we'll go fast. I'm taking that as a thumbs up, and you all can see my screen. It's our contact information.
Yes.
Great. Well, I always want to invite folks to check out our website, follow us on social media, and make sure you have access to my personal email address and our office phone number. It is really helpful to stay in touch when issues arise, but also as a preventative measure. So just want to make sure everyone watching and on the council knows that we want to partner with you in so many ways, and there are lots of ways to stay in communication. We'll also make sure you all get a PDF of this as well. Let's see. So this is my team. I think it's important that you all know we are 7 ladies of Board District 7, and we have deep roots in Carson. So Dr. Dee Dee Watts, our Chief of Staff, grew up in the city alongside Charnel Blevins, who you've probably seen out at lots of things. She knows someone everywhere. Kimberly Barajas also lives in the district, and my team has diverse connections all over Board District 7 from South Los Angeles to San Pedro. So we represent schools as far north as Maya Angelou, Fremont and Dimely, down to Narbonne, Banning, and San Pedro. I have deep roots in Board District 7, was a kid myself in Harbor City, Lomita. I was a teacher at White Middle School, so Carson is obviously super close to my heart. I was a special education attorney and an advocate for almost 10 years before I got this gig about a year and 2 months ago now. We are just celebrating about a quarter of our first term in. And this is the opportunity I always love to take with community partners. So there's a lot going on with safety as it relates to COVID, as it relates to students. But what's really important is that our school district last June said there are 4 things that we are going to focus on. And our new superintendent just started yesterday working on a strategic plan. It's really hard to center these concepts, but I'll invite you to think and dream with us that in LA Unified, our 600,000 students should all graduate fully prepared to choose college and career. And so last June, the board said that we want to make sure every student graduates with A through G. That's the UC CSU requirements with a C or better. High school graduation is a D or better, but we want to make sure every kid gets the choice to go to college if they so choose. And we know, of course, that means working on early literacy by third grade. It's a big indicator if kids can read on grade level or not. Their mathematics skills, which are tested in 3rd through 8th grade. And then, the other thing from the pandemic, and it relates to this issue of student safety, is the social emotional supports of our students. Do they have the skills, the social interactions, the ability to resolve conflict, to recognize emotions, to set goals and achieve them? So these are some things that the board is really centering in our vision. And I think it's important that the public knows this, that as much as we're talking about COVID and things happening on campus that are less than ideal, number one for us is student learning and student achievement. So wanted to make sure you had a little bit of context there. So we have 22 schools in the Carson community of schools, which was a new way of kind of organizing. You mentioned Superintendent Romero oversees the local district. And then at a smaller scale, hopefully you all met Dr. Afia Hemphill, who's great, our community of school administrator for Carson. She is the go-to for answering any needs and supports. I get to support 10 communities of schools, and she gets to be really focused on Carson. We have 14 elementary schools, 3 middle schools, and 4 high schools in Carson. So now, the issue that we wanted to talk about here, which is student safety. And I think it's important to share with you all that my vision and educators over the last 10 or 15 years have been really thinking about a multi-tiered approach to holistic student safety. And this actually parallels really well with the global pandemic we're all in, because we borrow it from public health. And what it says is, if you think about a framework for safety, for learning, for public health, about 80% of that work, the green triangle at the bottom, is preventative. It's the proactive work we do in schools to teach kids strong first instruction, to give them the skills to manage their social emotional needs. And about 80% of the work should be focused on that prevention. And that's important to note, to say, teachers do a ton of that work, counselors do a ton of that work, but it's not going to cover everything. And we know that. And so the multi-tiered approach tells us that about 15% of the needs are going to be more targeted. And so we might have some smaller groups. This is true for academics and for behaviors, to kind of focus on some specific needs. So you might think about students who are struggling with a math concept on the academic side, or students that are struggling with what to do with their hands when they feel anger. That might be a smaller group conversation there. So that's kind of the middle targeted intervention we talk about in the yellow section there. And then at the very top, it's very small, but it does tend to get more of the media attention, more of the heightened concerns. And this is really where we lean on our partners who are trained in responding to really severe incidents. About 3 to 5% of the students and time that is about academics, but also behavior, is that more intensive support. And so you might think of students who need a one-on-one, support in the classroom, for example, for special needs, or a one-on-one conversation if something occurred on campus that was unsafe. And so this is something I like to share with community as well, because it's important for me that we think about holistic student safety, right? So again, the stuff in the red, the stuff at the top, is often what will cause a lot of concern and what will get out there in the neighborhood to say, what are we doing in our schools? And that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's so many other things underneath that we're doing in our schools. And yet we know all 3 levels are really important. And so I wanted to share that as a bit of framework. Happy to answer any questions about that, but I hope that it helps. And then specifically, I will just say, the way that we've been approaching holistic safety in LA Unified over the last several years, but particularly with COVID dollars, is investing in some people. So psychiatric social workers, you might hear the term PSW. We have a lot more counselors on staff, particularly as it relates to attendance. And we have a new position this year called a school climate advocate. So folks who are really from the neighborhood and who can help students kind of de-escalate when they have heightened emotions. And so we have invested a lot of money in people, but I will will tell you we also have a lot of vacancies. And so if you know anybody who's looking for a job who might be interested in working with LA Unified, honestly, we have 11,000 vacancies of about 70,000 positions right now. So there's probably something for anybody who's looking right now. But these are some specific people that we have been cultivating their skills in a couple of ways. And some of that is restorative justice practices. So really trying to address the need, the harm that's underneath the behavior that we see on the surface, really thinking about trauma and resiliency informed pedagogy so that we're asset-based and coming to the student with all of their strengths when we address behavioral challenges, that we're culturally responsive, right? That we're really thinking of the diversity of our students and our families as we're teaching in the content so they feel reflected and welcomed and represented. And then just honestly strengthening relationships in classrooms with our community partners. And all of that is that 80%, that base work that we're doing in schools to make sure that we're trying to prevent as much harm as possible. Now, as it relates to our partners with LA School Police, which I know was part of the letter and the concern, I wanted to share a bit of history of how that relationship has gone. So when I was working at a nonprofit kind of advocating for equitable policies in the district, I was a part of a big group that was working on a couple of different changes. So at about 2011, there were some community advocates saying, you know, it's really hard when students get double whammy when they get a citation from police as well as a school consequence like detention for the same behavior. And so that was true for truancy. And that was a very community-driven conversation to say, sometimes there are behaviors that are still being learned in school and they should really be handled by the school administrators and not by police officers. And so I was grateful that back in 2011, there was a common agreement to say with things like tardies or truancies, the school's going to handle it, not police. That was kind of the beginning of putting more of student behavior back on schools and less on the community. A couple years later, a big resolution was passed called the School Climate Bill of Rights that said by 2020, we're going to have restorative justice in all of our schools, meaning we're getting to the root of student issues and not just pushing them out of school, not dealing with the issues that are at the core of their behaviors, but really trying to meet their diverse and deep needs. And there was also a bit in there about redefining the role of LA School Police back in 2013. And so the previous school police chief, Zipperman, met with community advocates over many months and said, there are a couple things we're going to shift here. And so you see that in 2014. So for example, students who have possession of alcohol, tobacco, or less than 1 ounce of marijuana would have traditionally been handled by police officers, whether school police, the sheriffs, or LAPD. Instead, that's going to be handled by schools. Because in some respects, kids are still learning and they're trying out normal adolescent behaviors, pushing boundaries, testing things, and school is a safer place to deal with those things. So that was part of what that agreement was. That included fights or battery. Again, those were places where kids were getting both in trouble at school and with our juvenile partners. So we were really trying to push the schools to teach more. And that was just a result of that community-based conversation over a couple of years. But of course, a lot of folks know kind of the bigger thing that happened right before I came on the board, about 6 months before I joined the board, which was a big budget cut to school police. And that was as a result of a lot of community advocacy, particularly after the murder of George Floyd, where the $75 million budget was cut by 35% or $25 million, which did result in fewer officers. And the idea was to reinvest dollars in the proactive stuff I was talking about earlier, and particularly as it related to Black student achievement, which is now a plan of like $90 million. And there's a lot of work going into that. Happy to talk more about that at a different day. But I just wanted to share that kind of history because I think it's important that folks know we're really trying to shift more of the onus into the teaching and learning of student behaviors as it relates to things on campus. That doesn't mean that our policing isn't important in our community and around our schools. It's probably even more important as we're kind of testing these things out in our classrooms. So a couple of things I'll share with you. The biggest incident that happens, and it has been the last several years, is suicidal ideation and behaviors. And that's really concerning because it's the mental health. It's what's going on underneath the surface where kids are not always describing what is causing them pain or what are the needs that they have that the school system hopefully can help meet. And it is overwhelmingly the number one issue that we experience on campus all the way from elementary school up through high school. We also had our independent analysis unit do a comparison of school incidents from the fall of 2021, so right when we came back from the pandemic last fall, to pre-pandemic, the fall of 2019, because it felt like things were a little heated. It felt like things were picking up. And in fact, what they found was that the incidents were very similar from pre-pandemic to post, but because we were out of school for about 18 months, it feels like things are much more intense. Now, I will tell you that analysis ended last November, and obviously there have been a few things that have happened since then. And it's never ideal when there's a big fight or when there's a weapon on campus. These things are always things of concern. But again, it's the top 3 to 5% that really is what we're talking about in this area here. And then the other thing I'll share, just because I think it's important for a community to know, ways that we can partner together, particularly on things happening in the neighborhood. So to and from school, children getting hit by cars is one of the nationwide leaders in student injuries and student deaths. And so we would just ask for your continued partnership around watching the traffic. We have one school in particular that we might follow up with you on, because it's just been really hard at the after school with cars double parking and kids crossing the street in front of them. And then honestly, also non-students. So community members, adults who are not exactly members of the school community, but might have a problem with someone on the school community. And so the desire to come on campus and confront that issue has been a bit of a challenge at a couple of our schools as well. So we know there are several issues related to student and community safety, and we want to make sure we're partnering for good solutions. I will tell you there are also just some political challenges to consider. So just being very honest as a board member, there are 7 of us. I get to represent South Los Angeles through the harbor area and work with folks from the Valley, the West Side, the East Side, all trying to make policies on behalf of 600,000 students, over 710 square miles, 25 individual municipalities, over 4 million people in the area that we serve. And it's just hard for the 7 of us to agree on things sometimes. So we have a new superintendent, as I mentioned, who started on Monday. I think he'll bring his own perspective. But as we're thinking about the role of LA School Police and how we partner with our various agencies to address holistic student safety, we will hear from advocates, we will hear from labor partners, we'll hear from social movements and other government agencies, and really do our best to support the unique needs of all 44 unique community schools. And it's going to be hard. There's going to be people who are happy, people who are upset. And it's my job and my privilege really to hear from you all about how we can try to do that as best as possible, in particular for the students and families of Carson. So with that, I'll just close with one final invitation as a call to action to work together to make sure we're supporting our students and families in Carson. Some ideas might be around that safe passage as kids are coming to and from school. If you're around, peeking out the window, making sure things are okay. And then honestly, on the social emotional piece, I mentioned, suicidal ideation and behavior for students, but it's also for families. So what services do we provide as a community, even just in terms of checking in on your neighbors and seeing how they're doing? This pandemic has caused a lot of deep issues to arise. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to really build that collective wellness. And so I'll just invite us to do that together. And as you have ideas, that's the others with the question mark, your school board office wants to be here for you and make sure we're serving all of our kids and families together. And I have to say, we have one big fun event coming up at Dominguez Hills. Yay, we love our Carson University. And I'm sure my team will share lots more information, but I just didn't want to miss a chance to invite you all to our college signing day in person at Cal State Dominguez Hills on April 30th to celebrate our seniors who are going off to college and the college going culture of our PK through 11th graders. So I know I talked a lot. I will pause there and invite comments, questions to the extent that it is available. And thank you for inviting me, Mayor Davis-Holmes.
Thank you. This is an item, and I want to hear from Mayor Pro Tem Hilton first, and then Councilwoman Arlene Rojas in that order, Councilman Deere, and then Councilman Hicks in that order.
Good evening, Board Member Ortiz. Thanks for coming tonight. Sorry if our letter probably caught you off guard. You talked about the political landscape of the board, and we are aware of politics. If anybody knows politics, Carson knows politics. Remember that. I do want to say, and I recognize you weren't on the board when this decision was made to almost defund the police. But what are your suggestions as we try to create safety in our community? Yes, it is centered around mental health. It's centered around all of those things that you spoke about. However, how do we create a safe passageway for our children? I know in some communities, they don't want public safety officers on campus. In our community, we want them on campus. We don't feel like they're a threat to our campus. We don't feel like those things happening. Sure, children are going to make mistakes. They may have minor infractions, but I think it's important to have public safety on all of our campuses, highlighting some of the schools that we're having challenges with right now. Stephen White has increased gang activity. What do we do to increase the numbers of our students coming, but also make our parents feel comfortable that our students are going to be safe when they go to campus?
I appreciate that. And sorry.
Board member, just before you start talking to my colleagues, I'm going to ask you to each to speak 5 minutes and not less each.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for the question. You know, I do recognize that more of the advocacy, at least in Board District 7, has come from South Los Angeles, from the students and families there about the removal of school police. And I should have mentioned that. So with that budget cut was also the decision that school police officers would not be stationed on campus, but that they would patrol. And we are budgeted for 3 officers to patrol each community of school. But we have so many vacancies, 64 officer vacancies of the 250 officer force right now, that we're not able to do that. I spoke to the school chief police earlier, Chief Ramirez, who said, you know, ideally, and what we have funded is 3 officers patrolling, you know, the 22 Carson schools, but right now it's 1. And then if an issue arises at another school, they might be pulled away and so unable to respond in Carson. And so when we visited Carson High just yesterday, you know, the new principal was telling us, she had previously been a teacher and a dean, that it did feel like a loss from the community when the officers were pulled from campus, the 2 that had been there for really a long time, building solid relationships. And, you know, even just from the principal perspective, I hear diversity of thought about whether officers should be on campus building proactive relationships with kids, or if they should only respond when things are hard and school staff is unable to respond. So again, it's that diversity of thought, diversity across communities. And so I appreciate the Carson perspective on what your experience has been, what you would like for it to be, and the challenge of 7 board members saying, here's the policy for all 1,000 schools across the district. So that nuance is definitely very hard. You know, things that I would invite us to think about together is like, what are the incidents in which police need to respond versus another person? And that is honestly something that LA Unified needs to also figure out. So you heard me say a couple of things that moved from school police to school administration, for example, on the fighting and the possession of drugs. But are there other things that are only police work, right? We have a small investigative unit. We have a small unit that does mental health crises response. And we just haven't really been clear, in part because the board is so divided, in really defining when school police is needed and then what is the right size force to meet all of those needs. Right now, it's really just been about that tug of war between the advocates asking to reduce the overall budget and then the force itself really trying to meet the basic needs of our schools, given their experiences over the last couple of decades in our schools. So I wish I had a better answer for now. I do have hope that with our new superintendent, who has a lot of experience, 14 years being the superintendent of Miami-Dade, that we'll get some clearer vision together as a team. But I would really invite your partnership on what that looks like as we're kind of in this murky water, figuring out what is the future of the role of school police.
Yes, I think we appreciate it. Tonight is the beginning of a new partnership with us. We want to let you know that we value the school system here in our community. We want to, there's a myriad of things that we should be able to do. Particularly want to talk about the decline of our students in North Carson. We have literally empty schools in North Carson. Should we Should we shut some down? Should we, those are questions that we might have. Should we make some a trade school in the community? Those are questions that should be put on the forefront. One of the reasons why the property values in some of the area is the schools aren't up to par, up to standard. So I would love to have that conversation offline. Don't want to create any political sound bites for you tonight. So we look forward to the partnership, but we wanted to bring to the forefront and concern of public safety on the campuses. There are kids. I know there's a movement of defunding the police, and I might get a political hit for this. I know there's a movement of defunding the police. We don't want them defunded here in Carson. We don't want them. We want them on the front lines. We don't want them harassing our kids. That's true, but we do also believe that some element of them are definitely positive and important. So thanks so much for coming tonight.
Mayor Pro Tem Hilton and Councilwoman Rojas, what I'm going to ask you guys to do is to form an ad hoc committee to address some of these concerns and the partnership, and to come back with some points, because we're not going to be able to solve this problem tonight. So I'd like the two of you to be on that ad hoc committee, if that's okay with my colleagues.
Absolutely.
Thanks. Yes. Okay. The next person is the Councilwoman.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, LA Unified, for coming, and thank you for that presentation. I have three things. I'm going to make a statement, a question, and a suggestion. I'm going to give it to you all at one time to make it quick. Yes, the city of Carson and schools here are pro-police. They do want public safety, so that's a good thing. That's my statement. The question I have, and this is something that I know for a fact, I don't have the exact numbers, but we are up about 300% in cyberbullying. And since the pandemic, since a lot of the students were at home, they resulted into online social media and the crimes that are occurring online, cyberbullying. So I know for the fact we are up on that nationwide. I do know that it is occurring also in the city of Carson. So my question is, what is the LA Unified doing to combat that and educate both the educators, the parents, the children, law enforcement? How are we going to do that? That was my question. I'll give you my suggestion. Again, I think one of the ideas I have is if we could get all those together, law enforcement, the FBI, which handles cyberbullying, as well as the educators, the parents, and the students, to have some kind of like a workshop, whether it's on Zoom or in person, and educate each other and on cyberbullying crimes, because this is something that it's a new, not as new, it's been around, but it's new since 2020, and it is out of control. And I know a lot of the schools just really can't get in front of it because of the advanced technology. So sorry, I gave you three things all at one time.
No, I really appreciate the suggestion. I think, coming with some solutions is always helpful when there's also questions about how to solve the big problems. We saw it a little bit before the pandemic, particularly with the rise of social media and more at the secondary level, but you're absolutely right, because students were really communicating online through text, through Zoom, through Snapchat, TikTok, all the things. We're definitely seeing some heightened challenges because of the technology that's in our kids' hands incessantly. There's not really a break from it. So I love the idea of getting kind of a group together of diverse experiences to kind of elevate what's happening and what could be happening in a healthier way for kids and communities. So I really appreciate that. My second resolution as a board member was about closing the digital divide, because a lot of our kids didn't have equitable access just to learning during the pandemic. And then when they did, sometimes there would be things like in your background. You notice my team, we all use Zoom backgrounds, and we've uploaded them in the LA Unified system. So for the kids on virtual learning right now, they should be able to have a background so that not other kids are not looking into their homes and then using it as a way to make fun of them. So there are little things we can do like that. But I love the idea of meeting and really tackling what are the challenges that we're experiencing, and then what are the creative solutions we can come up with together. I would love that.
Thank you. And then also, I'm sure LA Unified District and the mental health issue is also looking at the social media aspect as being one of the reasons why we are having some mental issues, kids not wanting to go to school or their grades going down. And it is because of the social media, cyberbullying, and really just being just stuck on that phone or device. It's a problem. So I think that's something that if we're not going to have public safety on site to educate the students, then maybe we should bring it again, like a workshop or a town hall meeting or something like that, where everyone is aware and they're on the same table, we understand what's going on. And then the children will understand that, okay, the parents know what's going on and everybody's on has the same idea on how we could combat this problem. That is, I don't think anyone here will disagree that we do have a problem, a cyberbullying problem amongst the young kids today.
Absolutely. And it gets younger and younger. So, I was a middle school teacher and people feel strongly one way or the other about middle school. Either you loved it or you hated it. And the access with which kids, even in elementary school, have, devices that are provided by the school, not with social media accounts, but even just messaging and things that happen in the evenings or weekends spill over to in-person instruction. And then the staff is confused about, well, how did this or where did this happen? And it was a whole online conversation that they weren't even aware of because it was in cyberland, to your point. So love the idea of partnering together. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Who's up next? Hicks or Deere? Okay. Councilman Deere?
I thought you were having Hicks come up.
But he didn't respond.
Okay, well, I will. We have time is of the essence.
I think he was trying to get off mute.
Go ahead.
The order was for Deere, not for Hicks. I was last.
Okay, that's what
That's fine. Okay, so Tanya, thanks for being here. I really liked your presentation. It was very good for our community. And I agree with my two colleagues, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilman Hilton, about we do want public safety officers in school. We want it on our campus in Carson. So I think that's a loud and clear message you're receiving from all five of us. I agree with Councilwoman Rojas that the cyberbullying is a big, big problem and getting worse and worse. And it's really devastating to some students. I don't know that administrators are equipped to handle the issue. So I think it's an area that there needs to be some training. The administrators usually are the ones that have to deal with it. But first people to see it are the teachers. And so, as you know, I also taught at Stephen White Middle School, but it was before your time. It was in the 90s. And so I know that unless our campuses feel safe, it's like we don't bring kids to school, expect them to excel when they're hungry, right? So we should not expect them to excel when they're scared. And so we need to bring that element of confidence in public safety to the students and the faculty and the administration of all campuses and the parents and guardians that come to school. That's a big chore. And I don't envy your position because, it is difficult getting the board to agree sometimes on resolutions and policies. So I just want to conclude by saying that, like in the community in general, we have community policing. That is a very successful model. So what we need in Carson is a community of schools policing. And what I mean by that is when you have the public safety officers, the police officers of the school district, knowing the school, knowing the campus, knowing the students and the staff at the school, from every part of the staff, every aspect of the staff. That works. And so if you send a message back to your colleagues, that's what we want. I saw in your presentation a reduction of $25 million. It said 75 down to 60, but that's not 25 million. So I want to have your staff check that particular slide only. There's a teacher in me. But the point is really that we want to work with you as a partner. Our community, our city is very proactive as far as helping our schools. We have been in the past on many occasions, and we expect to be that way in the future. So we're looking forward to closer collaboration with you, your staff, and the whole staff at the South District and the community of schools. So I would like also to meet with you as well in the not too distant future. We're both very busy. All of us are busy tonight, but I think meeting in person and talking about some of these ideas that are reachable, goals that are reachable is what we need to discuss. So thank you again for coming out. And now Councilman Hicks will speak with you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And to Board Member Tanya Ortiz, good to see you again. It's been a while since we saw each other. My question would be, you talked about it a little bit in reference to the pandemic. And one of the things that I know it was an issue was the digital divide for individuals not having the equipment or the ability to actually be on tutorial services while in school. One part of it, not just the hardware, but the ability to have internet at their homes. Everyone doesn't have internet. They don't have that ability. So hopefully at some point in time that we can work with our residents to address some of those issues, because many of our students are behind because they did not have that connection. And I know that we opened back up our schools, we got them running, but many of our students are still behind to get them onto the level that they can graduate. So that's one of the areas I would like to work on and to address and help. The other part, you talked about the shifting of resources, and I just hear that we just shift, the pot of money is still the same, but we're just shifting money around. There needs to be some new money that's put into place so that we can keep everyone whole. We keep moving things around, that pie is still the same amount. So hopefully we can get to some level on the board, and I hear that you guys have contention on the board from your members, to at least look at ways of cutting where you know that you're not utilizing the fund when you look at their budgets, to figure out where can we utilize the dollar that's more usable versus just having it in there as a placeholder. And my last thing would be for mental health and other medical services. Do we have now nurses in our schools now? Because I know at some point in time, a nurse will come maybe once every 2 weeks, and that you might have a nurse in your school. So has that changed?
I wish it had. And I will tell you, we have about 500 vacancies in teaching, in nursing, and in PSWs, the social workers. Not 500 across them, 500 of each of them. We have the money for it, but we don't have enough certificated folks in these areas, which is why I want to work on the pipeline issue. And we're going to talk to Dominguez Hills a little bit about helping us with that, because we have so many vacancies. So if you know anybody who's in nursing or even LVN, those are programs we're trying to promote, because not every school has access to a nurse, and definitely not 5 days a week.
And then what is in place? You talked about you brought something before the board to address the tutorial issues, but what about those that don't have internet in their homes?
Yeah, so what the resolution called for last year was to do a big assessment of where the connectivity was strong and weak across LA Unified, and we could see it like on a heat map. And you're absolutely right. There are some neighborhoods and some homes where it was visiting classrooms was so hard on distance learning because either kids could connect on video or on audio. They couldn't do both. And so it really limits your participation when your participation is already limited. And I'll say just from visiting schools, it has always been that school students have different levels of learning. Their background knowledge, varies from student to student, but this year it's even bigger. Like gaps are bigger between those who are closer to grade level and those who are further. And a huge part of that was not only if you had a device at home, which we provided, but the connectivity, depending on where your neighborhood was and if the cable companies wanted to be there or not. But also if you had an adult at home encouraging you and helping you and maybe even able with language and their own education levels to support you in your work at home, because it wasn't as much time during the pandemic. So we have a lot of catching up to do. You're absolutely right. And that is absolutely a place where I think we should partner across government agencies to work with the cable and internet service providers to make sure that they are laying the foundation for fiber optics in every community, not just those who can pay $100 a month to get access.
Yes, and my last question would be, you talked about college signing day on April the 3rd. What time is that?
The 30th at 10 a.m. And we will make sure that we send over all that information to you as soon as possible. We just figured out the details this last week. We were at Dominguez Hills just yesterday, actually. So hot off the press, new information for you all. Saturday, April 30th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for all. And I'm looking at, Watts and Bevins and Belevins. I mean, all these are people who I've known and seen over the years. Glad to see everybody's a part of the group and continue doing the good work, you guys. But rest assured, we do want police in our schools. We want some type of law enforcement presence to make sure that our schools are safe.
I really appreciate you all coming to me and making this space. I'm excited about the follow-up. I know my team's been taking notes on a couple different issues, and the school police issue is definitely one of them, but also hearing about enrollment issues and the gaps in student learning, mental health, and how we can partner, for our students, but also for our families who are, our kids are looking to the adults to understand how to cope with challenging situations. So the more we can partner together for both kids and adults in the city of Carson, I think the better we'll do for the future for all of us. So just thank you so much for making this time. And I definitely look forward to staying in touch.
Well, thank you, Board Member Franklin, Ortiz Franklin, and for coming on such short notice. My charge to the ad hoc committee is to assemble the thoughts from your colleagues. And when you guys have a meeting, kind of discuss those. Is a 30-day window too soon for you to get back with us with something? I know it's going to take a little time, but I think the board member has heard what our concerns are. To the ad hoc committee, just let us know when you're able to meet and make a
Absolutely.
Back.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you again for coming out. It's always a pleasure seeing you.
You too. Thank you all so much.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Captain Jones.
Hello.
The one and only. Thank you for being patient.
No problem, ma'am. No problem. Ms. Ortiz and I actually spoke also, and she was very open to some of my concerns I had as the unit commander here and the chief of police for the city of Carson and surrounding areas. So I thank her for, taking you guys' letters seriously and seeing what she can do from her standpoint. So,
Captain, can I ask you to be a part of that ad hoc committee?
Sure. If myself or Lieutenant Boulder, one of us will most definitely be part of that.
Thank you.
No problem. Good evening, first of all, to everyone. Going on with my report, we had our annual Battle of the Badges blood drive last week. A lot of people from the city participated in it. We had some city staff participate as well as some community members. And I must say it was a true success. We had nearly 50 donors donate. And what the Red Cross people told me is for each donation that they receive, it saves up to 3 lives. So I just want to thank everyone who participated, including our staff here. A good portion of our staff, our deputies here donated blood, as well as, like I said, city staff, as well as community members. Next, as you guys know, we have a decent amount of group homes and adolescent care facilities in our city. And unfortunately, on a regular basis, our staff are responding there for runaways and different disturbances involving sometime between the kids or a lot of times between the staff and the children. And so our community relations team has taken the initiative to reach out to those different group homes and adolescent care facilities. And they've been having meetings with them to go over some protocols and just giving some professional input on how to appropriately deal with the situations and keep the children as well as their staff safe. So that's going in the right direction. So I thought it'd be good for you guys to be aware and know of that. As you I've told you guys before, we will be having a virtual coffee with the captain next week on the 22nd of this month. And then we'll also be having another catalytic converter prevention and identification etching event on March 5th the first week of March. That event is going to be really beneficial to our residents as well, because we'll be handing out some vehicle safety information. For both the Coffee with the Captain event as well as the catalytic converter event, you can either look at our website or our social media platforms, or even feel free to call the station to get information from our community relations office. I do have both flyers. If I have like 30 seconds, I'll share my screen so our residents can maybe take down that information real quick. Let's see, share screen, to share. Is my screen showing with the flyers for both of those events?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'll while those are up, I can actually continue on. And you know, one of the things that Ms. Ortiz brought up was some of the issues with keeping our children safe at some of the different schools. We are aware with all the construction and everything going on Figueroa near Stephen White. There's a lot of double parking, a lot of speeding. So we just want everyone to know, being that is reduced to one lane, we are going to have a higher presence because we want to keep the children safe and keep people from getting hurt or injured. So to our residents, please slow down there. We will be having a zero tolerance for those who are speeding or violating lane violations or different things, because we want to do everything we can to keep everyone safe. We're also going to be reaching out to Stephen White to see if we can work together on some congestion or vehicle traffic mitigation alternatives. A couple things we're going to try to see about having them do is use maybe the vehicle gate that's on the south east portion, or even use the gate off of 223rd. We think that will be beneficial as well to hopefully alleviate some of the traffic there on Figueroa and help them keep everyone safe as possible. Lastly, one thing I wanted to talk about, we unfortunately have been responding to a decent amount of calls at the schools as well as at people's homes. And what we're finding is teen dating violence is a little bit of an issue or concern in some of our schools, some of our areas, some of our children that live in our community. What we have found has been physical, emotional, as well as psychological dating violence. And, you know, looking at our history and just looking at the knowledge and information that we have seen that this teen dating violence is kind of a gateway into other forms of violence or other negative behavior. We look at it similar as cigarettes are to some of the harder drugs. It's that beginning step, and we figure, you know, it's best to try to catch it before it grows. So what I'm going to ask to our residents, to anyone, if you have young people in your home or that you come in contact with, please have that meaningful conversation with them on what a healthy, unhealthy, as well as what an abusive relationship looks like. And I know some people, you know, they're like, hey, what do I talk to them about? So I'll just give a few topics that I think, you know, will be beneficial for you to go over when you're talking to them. Talk to them about what consent means. You know, they have control over what they want to do in their body. Talk to them about power and control, how people try to control them or have power over them. A couple other things, talk to them about coercion, intimidation, how people try to use blackmail, either sometimes they use photos or they're going to try to tell on them. Talk to them on the difference on what tattletelling is and what's being a snitch, because, you know, that comes up a lot. Oh, I don't want to be a snitch or tattletale. No, you need to bring some things to someone's attention or awareness. Talk to them about threats, isolation, how people try to blame them and deny them from contact with others, or even try to abuse them economically by, you know, using their credit or forcing them to give them money. And then the other thing, you know, so many times in our community, we feel it only happens to females, but it also happens to males also. So it happens to both genders. A couple things that I think you can look out for if you are around a young person and you may have some concerns. Look to see if there's obviously some unexplained bruises, cuts, scars, if they're wearing some type of inappropriate behavior to either conceal wounds or to be more revealing, to try to get some type of extra attention. Be concerned about any type of secretive behavior. Like I said, bruises. Look for signs of depression. You know, Ms. Ortiz brought that up about the whole mental health aspect of it with our kids. Look for social emotional isolation. If you suspect any type of substance abuse, you know, a lot of times parents, we all know marijuana has that distinct smell on it. They smell the kid coming in on their clothes and then they're like, no, I really don't smell it. No, if you smell it, it is what it is. And let's try to address it right away before it grows to something else. Also look for if they're acting out sexually inappropriately or just acting out sexually, because, you know, that could be a way for them to try to buy love rather than the abuse that they may be having. Some things that we want to make sure you do not do. Please don't judge the children, because that'll maybe just push them further away. Have some form of compassion for them, and remind them that you keep them encouraged and that you will be with them to either bring it to the right person's attention, bring it to law enforcement's attention, talk to a parent or adult or a guardian about it. Please don't act shocked or overreact about it, and do not publicly tell their business, because then you're just going to send them in a shell, and it's going to probably send them more into the arms of that abuser. And then please, lastly, don't make promises that you can't keep to them, because then they feel that you may have let them down. And then lastly, just make sure when you're having those conversations, talk to them about setting boundaries and about how to create whatever their safety plan is that fits their particular situation. If anyone is struggling in this situation, or you know of a kid or a parent, you as a parent are struggling on how to help your kid or reach out, feel free to reach out to our community relations team. We'll happily sit down with you. Our GDT program is very knowledgeable on this subject matter, as well as we'll get you tied into some resources, some other community homes or different things, as well as some additional information. That's all I really have. Thank you all for your support of the hardworking men and women of Carson Sheriff Station. Does anyone have any questions of me?
Colleagues, anyone has a question? Well, thank you, Captain, my captain.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Next, we'll have a report from our fire chief, Assistant Fire Chief Bennett.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, thank you. He actually got a call, and so he's not going to be available this evening, so we can move on, and he'll be ready to report next week or next meeting.
Sounds good to me. Well, being that he can't report, why don't I move up item number 16? The staff here, I want to give an update while people are still awake on, it's under item number 16, but I would just want to move it up. I mean,
yes, ma'am.
16.
Yes, ma'am.
The Dominguez channel, we have been meeting constantly. I know some of our residents may think that we have not, but staff, myself and staff have been meeting with LA County and all the key players. I've met with, had several phone conversations with the Director of Public Works on how we're going to remediate this channel and what we want it to look like. But is Eliza Jane here tonight? There is a report, a preliminary report from that can be made available. We don't have a written copy yet, but the Army Corps has already given their evaluation of what the problem was and how much it would cost to remediate that. So, Mr. City Manager, could Eliza Jane give us a brief update on what? Because I know she was in a phone conversation at 4:00 today on this issue.
Yes, ma'am. Madam City Manager and Council should be happy to do so. Ms. Eliza Jane.
Yes, thank you. I'm very pleased to announce that over the last week in particular, we've had some great progress working with not just the Army Corps of Engineers, but also with LA County Department of Public Works to evaluate and discuss the restoration and rehabilitation of Dominguez Channel. So while LA County is responsible for the maintenance of the channel and not the city, we are working in partnership with the county and plan on submitting a request with the Army Corps with their program for water resources grant program. It's section 219C, which is a program for restoration and rehabilitation of water bodies, which includes for us the Dominguez Channel. So by the end of this week, we hope to get draft language from LA County and the what it is that we're going to be requesting for the water program. And this will include a thorough study of the channel, looking at it from a watershed approach, also requesting an ecosystem restoration effort by the Army Corps, and as well as outreach. So I'm very excited to talk about the fact that we seem to be working hand in hand and have plans over the next few months to work with the county and all of the different activities, evaluating the study scope of work and the gaps in knowledge and studies so that work can begin immediately. And so with that, I'll take any questions.
And also, Eliza Jane, we did have communication with our Congresswoman, Nanette Barragan, and we sent a letter to Dianne Feinstein because we heard that this Dominguez channel was not going to be a part of the budget process. And I always operate under the premises, a closed mouth does not get fed. So we started shaking the tree and making the necessary phone calls. And I just want to say thank you to the staff for getting us to this point, because I think what I had heard was not satisfactory, a bike path with a couple of lanes, and that's like putting lipstick on a pig. And so we just started moving expeditiously to see that we get in contact with the right people. And I've also asked that Eliza Jane, that we, the city, look like we won't have to submit our own requests, because the Congresswoman had sent us a list of federal funding that we should apply for. So we'll be getting more information back to the city council, but I always like to keep my colleagues abreast of what has been happening. So when people are saying that we're not doing anything, yes, we are. Because at the end of the day, we want that to be something, we want to turn that lemon into lemonade, because it's been an eyesore. And I think we need to take this opportunity to make it what we want it to be, and not be sitting here silently and letting someone else decide. So we're going to do whatever we can to make sure we have some lemonade at the end of the day. And I want to thank you, and thank you, David, Saheed, and all the staff that's been involved. We've been meeting on Fridays and whenever it's necessary, and for that call today, Eliza Jane.
Of course, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got a question for our Public Works Director, through the city manager to Eliza Jane. Part of the solution is reduction of contaminants. If you want it to be a restored waterway, a natural, healthy ecosystem in that waterway, we've got to reduce those contaminants. And one of them is the homeless people that use it as a toilet. Mm-hmm. So what is the Public Works and the county doing to address that issue as far as preventing homeless people from camping out there and without any proper sanitation facilities?
Yeah, that's probably something I should follow up with the Sheriff's Department in terms of having, because I know there's chain link fence along most of this channel. So if there's some way that they're getting in there, we need to take a look at that. But that is not something that we've currently started talking about with the county. It's more been on the contamination of the sediment and how to restore it as it relates to decades old legacy pollutants.
Okay, well, everything has to work together. People have to be on the same page. It has to be a holistic approach to getting our goal. And I'm glad that people are working on this idea that I brought forward at the very beginning of this crisis in Carson, that we restore this waterway and we take advantage of this opportunity of what's called by the county Public Works an incident, and we call it a disaster. So this disaster can, as the MOC mentioned, turn lemon into lemonade. We can come out of this with a better situation for that water channel if people take the holistic approach. And so grants from the federal government, we certainly should be pursuing those, no doubt about that. So please keep us abreast.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, this item is going to be on the agenda every council meeting until there's a resolution one way or the other. Any other comments? Well, staff, I want to thank you. Could you put that into a written form so we can start our little library of
Will
notes
do.
and things to do. I appreciate all you guys' hard work. It's been a labor of love. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next item will be all communications for matters listed on the agenda. Madam City Clerk, are there any items? Anyone wants to speak?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There are 3 people in the waiting room. I will let them in and allow them to identify whether or not they're waiting for an agendized item.
Okay.
I will begin now. Okay. To the person who's been recently admitted to the meeting, can you please identify yourself and let me know whether or not you're here to speak on an agenda item? The caller ending in 3656?
Yep, that's me.
Hi, are you here to speak on an agenda item?
Yep, yes.
Okay, you have...
Agenda item 30, am I on?
You are on, we can hear you and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Liz Foycia, agenda item 30. To Mayor Lula Davis Holmes and Mayor Pro Tem Joanne Hilton, Council members Jim Deere, Cedric Hicks, Arlene Rojas. The reasons listed in the city charter for section 605 for removing a city member from a commission or committee are quite severe. The charter also states the mayor, with the approval of the council members, may remove a commissioner or committee member without cause. Now, neither of these 2 circumstances justify the removal of Environmental Commission Chairperson Rick Polito. Mr. Polito has been a community and political fixture in our city for more than 20 years. He's an OG and certainly does not deserve to be tainted as unworthy to serve as a commissioner. It appears the mayor's desire to remove Mr. Polito from the Environmental Commission, it appears to be a personal vendetta and a vindictive form of retaliation against a community activist. We may not always see eye to eye with each other, but we hold dear our values and our inherent rights. Yet, quote, our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter, end of quote, by Martin Luther King Jr. I believe public officials must strive to serve their constituents with a caring heart and an open mind in a professional, unbiased manner. In unity, Liz Foycia. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. I missed you.
You're welcome. Oh, miss you too. Thank you.
Okay, I will bring the next person in. Sorry, stop the timer. Okay, to the caller whose phone number ends in 1967, are you here to speak on an agenda item? Caller 1967. And I am removing caller 1967.
Press *6 to unmute yourself, 1967.
One 1967. Okay, maybe they are gone. We're moving on. Okay. Next person, caller ending in 6231. Are you here to speak on an agenda item? Please unmute yourself. Caller 6231, phone number ending in 6231. Okay, thank you. Removing caller ending number 6231. And there's 2 more, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Okay, good evening. Caller ending in phone number 9879. Caller ending in phone number 9879. Are you here to speak on an agenda item? Please unmute yourself.
Hello?
Hello, you are in the city council meeting. Are you here to speak on an agenda item?
Yes, I am.
Okay, please state your name and what agenda item you're speaking on, and you will have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Sam Selensky. I'm a carpenter, and I'm calling about agenda item number 24. And we just wanted to say that we support local business, and I support the council with the prevailing wages on this job, and really encourage the
Mr. Selensky, was that all?
What's that?
What were you done with your comments?
Oh no, I apologize. I just wanted to say that I appreciate your time, and I support local hires and trained and skilled tradesmen in the Carson area. And thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Okay. And the last person. Caller whose phone number ends in 7153. Please unmute yourself. Caller, yes, there you go. Are you here to speak on an agenda item? Hello?
Hello.
Yes, you were in the city council meeting. Are you here to speak on an agenda item?
Yeah, agenda item number 24.
Okay, you have 3 minutes. Please state your name. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hello. My name is Joseph Goldblatt. I'm with the Southwest Carpenters. Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, so you'll want to mute your background device, sir. And your time is going. Your 3 minutes is going.
Okay. Yes, my name is Joseph Goldblatt. I'm with the Southwest Carpenters. I'm talking about item number 24. And I'm a carpenter out of Local 562. I live and work in the surrounding area. I believe it will benefit the project and the local community to have local skilled and trained workforce in the city of Carson working on the project. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I believe that's all. Kevin, those people that are in the waiting room right now, I think I've already let them in before, so.
Yeah, they probably called back because they couldn't probably get their phone to work or something. We may want to ask them if the mayor is okay with that.
I'm fine.
Okay, we will do this again. Caller whose phone number ends in 6231. Have you already spoken on an agenda item? Caller 6231, unmute yourself if you'd like to speak on an agenda item. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, have you already spoken on an agenda item?
No, I got cut off earlier.
Oh, my apologies. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, it wasn't your fault. I think it was a technical problem. Hi, my name is Ray Lawson, and I'm also with the Southwest Carpenters. I want to speak on item 24 about the entitlement project for the new construction project that will be coming up in Carson. We believe carpenters, we have hundreds of our carpenters that live in the city of Carson, and we promote and believe in a prevailing wage. And if this project is going to be entitled as a prevailing wage project, we feel that it should also have a skilled and trained element to it, to where Carson residents can live here and work in the vicinity and also
be able to afford to live there with good paying jobs, with benefits, and a retirement package. Too many of our residents in Carson have to travel further out, and they're not able to stay at home or stay within the Carson area to take care of their families, to be soccer dads or soccer moms, or be able to participate with their children as they grow up. So a project like this, whatever it may be, we feel like Carson residents should be able to live here and work there on that project. So in the entitlement process, we feel that it should be a local hire element added to it, and also a skilled and trained workforce element added to it, to where the people that work on that project are graduated from a state approved apprenticeship, where they're the best workers in the area, and they work on that project, and it helps the community. So thank you for your time, City Council. Thank you for your time, Mayor, and you have a great night.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. Caller whose number ends in 1967. Are you here to speak on an agenda item? Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Are you here to speak on an agenda item?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you have 3 minutes. Please state your name and which agenda item.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Stephen Donahue. I'm with the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters out of Local 562. And I just want to speak on the prevailing wage for the item, and that I believe in a skilled and trained workforce with a local hire component that would be beneficial, that if our members live in Carson, they should be able to work there in Carson as well. Thank you for hearing my statement. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Mr. Donahue.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I may, I think these were people who were probably going to be in the public comments for item 24.
Okay.
Excuse me. There is one more. I'll go ahead and admit them now. Caller whose phone number ends in 8758. Please unmute yourself and state whether or not you're here to speak on an agenda item.
Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Yes. My name is Francisco Guerrero. I'm here to speak on item number 24.
Okay, Francisco, you have 3 minutes.
Okay. My name is Francisco Guerrero. I've lived in the area all my life. I've been a union carpenter for 25 years. I went through an apprenticeship program, state approved. And so, yeah, I'm calling because we like this a project to move forward, because it's going to help out the community and help out like 4,000 plus members that we have in our union that live in the area. So that's the reason why I called today. And thank you, City Council members and Mayor, for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Francisco.
Okay, you're welcome.
Okay, Madam Mayor, that is so okay. One was just added. Do you want me to add that person?
Yes, please.
Okay. To the caller whose phone number ends in 8927, are you here to speak on an agenda item?
Hello?
Yes, you are in the city council meeting. Yes. Sir?
Yes. My name is James Matthews. I am also with the Southwest Region of Carpenters out of Local 562. Just to reiterate a little bit on what my previous members have mentioned, is that we are looking forward to having this project being made, and we're hoping for it to be done where we are able to add that local hire and skilled and trained workforce. We have one of the best apprenticeship training courses in the nation, and it would benefit the city of Carson. A lot of our members who do live there, as was mentioned before, do work out of the city, but we would like to have them to be able to work close to home. And it'd be a great thing for our members to be able to drive around the city of Carson and show the progress that they have in the projects that they work on to help build their cities and communities rather than just being able to take a long distance drive somewhere to show off their skilled and trained work. I believe it would definitely benefit the city of Carson to have its own community build its city. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Matthew. Madam Mayor, that is all for comments on agenda items.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, may I interrupt you just for a moment? If you recall, JR's item for public hearing to consider the draft maps of number 5 and number 6 will have to be taken up as it's 7:30 or past here.
7:30. Okay. Item number what?
Item number 23.
Okay, let's take up item number 23. Report, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We will have consider the redistricting of established city council districts based on the results of the 2020 decennial census on restricting and review of draft map number 5 and draft map number 6. Assistant City Manager, Mr. John Raymond, along with consultant Andrew Westall, will go ahead and provide the presentation and update for you.
Madam City Clerk, was it properly posted of the hearing?
It was. I have the notice. Notice of public hearing to consider the redistricting of established city council districts based on the results of the 2020 decennial census on redistricting and review of draft map number 5 and draft map number 6. The notice of public hearing has been given pursuant to applicable law, including but not limited to proof of timely publication received by the city clerk. Posting requirements were met for individuals and organizations. The posting affidavits are on file in the city clerk's office, and there were no written communications that were received.
Staff, do you have a report to present other than what you just presented?
Yeah, so Madam Mayor, I've got a short report, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Westall to actually make a presentation. At the last city council meeting, we discussed draft maps number 3 and 4. Those maps were requested by the city council at the previous meeting on January 18th. So you saw draft maps 1 and 2 on January 18th, 3 and 4 on February 1st, and the council asked for at least another map, and the demographer, Andrew Westall, put together 2 more maps for you to look at tonight. I would like to talk to you, and as part of the presentation, we'll put up all 6 maps and kind of walk through the presentation on kind of the history of the maps, and starting with the most recent maps, I think, and then talk about maybe the differences between the maps, and then try to get some feedback from council on kind of which direction you'd like us to go. The schedule that we've put together and that we've prepared and presented to council in November has us actually bringing the ordinance for adoption at the next meeting on March 1st. And we'll have a draft ordinance on March 1st, and we can talk about that. You may elect to introduce that at that meeting or not, but I think we would have the March 15th meeting. You recall that we have a deadline under state law to adopt a map, either the current map or a new map by April 17th. And so so we've produced some additional maps, and I'm going to turn it over now to Andrew, and then we'll come back for discussion after his presentation. So Andrew, do you want to put your presentation up?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Raymond. Excuse me. Good evening, Mayor Davis Holmes and council members. It's great to see you again this evening. Tonight, what we're going to do is we're going to do a quick review of the current map, which remember that the council can adopt the current map if they choose to do so, or any of the draft maps that we presented so far. We'll do a quick overview of draft maps 1 through 4 that we've already done presentations to the council before going into a deeper dive of draft maps number 5 and 6. And then we do have one map that's been submitted by a member of the public that we wanted to share with you as well. As Mr. Raymond mentioned, it is based on our schedule. We're trying to wrap this up by March 1st, so in a couple of weeks from today. And so any direction adjustments that you would like, and if you have preferences for a particular map, it would be great to hear that so we can really start to narrow down the options. And if we have to come back with another map, we have an understanding of what the mayor and council would like to see. So with that, Mayor, I will start the presentation here. So we'll start once again with the current map. And this is the current council district map that was adopted in 2020. And you may recall that the current draft map, or the current map, has an overall deviation of 4.8%, with council district 2 having the highest population of 2.2% over the ideal, and with council district 4 having the least amount of population with a deviation of minus 2.6%. Just a quick aerial shot of that same current council district map. And then we move on to draft map number 1. This is draft map number 1, and you may recall that these areas in red, dashed red here, is the current council district lines, and the underlying colors separated by the black boundaries are the draft map boundaries. This is what we presented to council back in January. The overall deviation for draft map number 1 is 5.4%. Then we have draft map number 2. Draft map number 2 has an overall deviation of 6.0%. Just to remind the mayor and council, anything that's less than 10% is considered presumptively valid in terms of equalizing population for that total overall deviation. And so all of these maps have overall deviations of less than 10%. Next, we have draft map number 3. You may recall draft map number 3 we presented at the last council meeting. Draft map number 3 has an overall deviation of 2.5%. And then we have draft map number 4. Draft map number 4 has an overall deviation of 3.6%. And so with that, Madam Mayor, we'll get into draft maps number 5 and number 6. And we'll start with draft map number 5. And here's our overview of draft map number 5. Once again, the areas that are in the red dotted lines are the current council district boundaries, and the underlying colors are the draft map boundaries. And so this is our overview of draft map number 5. And so much like we've done in the past, we'll start with council district 1, go through all 4 council districts. We'll show you the current map, the changes that were made, and then the draft map that's been prepared for this particular version. And so here are the changes to council district 1 under draft map number 5. As we've discussed previously, the areas in red or pink there are the areas that are being removed from the district, and the areas in green are the areas that are being added. And so this area right here between University, Anna Lee, the Wash, and Central is being removed, as well as a lot of this area that's west of Main Street, up to Gardena Boulevard here and Avalon Boulevard, coming back down to Martin Luther King Street, and then down through the Victoria Creek storm drain, all the way down to the Dominguez Channel here. The areas in green are the areas that are being added. Much like we've talked about before, we have a little bit of this area around Del Amo Park. We have, once again, over to Anna Lee here, just east of the mall, and then coming down the Dominguez Channel until we get to Carson Street over to Bonita Street, and then all the way back down to 223rd Street here, and then coming back up Dolores Street to 220th, and then back up Avalon. And so this is Council District 1 under draft map number 1, or draft map number 5, excuse me. Next up, we have Council District 2. So this is our current Council District 2. And then we have our changes to Council District 2. The area that we just talked about here that's being added and removed from Council District 1. And then these areas, once again, in red and pink are being removed from Council District 2. And so down here, we're at 231st Street, coming up Archibald Avenue here to 228. And then also removing the small area here that goes between Dolores and Grace, 223rd Street and 220th Street. And so this is our Council District 2 under draft map number 5. Then we have Council District 3. This is our current Council District 3. And here are our changes to Council District 3. Removing the area that's south of the Dominguez Channel out of Council District 3. So we've used the Dominguez Channel as the boundary and removing this area down here below, and then adding some of these areas up here in the north. Once again, this area we talked about between University Drive, Anna Lee, and the Wash here next to Termont, and then back up Central Avenue here. And then we also have this area over here that's also being added just east of Del Amo Park, which is right over here on the other side of Galway. And so this is Council District 3 under draft map number 3. And lastly, we have Council District 4. This is our current Council District 4. And here are the changes, bringing Council District 4 completely south of the Dominguez Channel once again. And so removing this area that's north here, 223rd Street, and then adding in this area here that is Bonita up to Carson, down the Dominguez Channel to 223rd Street. And then also adding in this area to the west, that's south of 231st Street, up Archibald again to 228th Street. And so here is Council District 4 under draft map number 5. And so returning to our overview, this is once again draft map number 5 as an overview. And then we have an aerial version of the same district boundaries under draft map number 5. In terms of the top line demographics for draft map number 5, this is the information based on the 2020 census. And just so I can see it here. The overall deviation for draft map number 5 is 1.3%. So this is actually our map with the lowest deviation of all the draft maps that we've presented so far, including draft map number 6 that we'll get into here in just a second. The district with the highest population in the draft map number 5 is Council District 2 with a deviation of 0.7%. And then Council District 4 has the smallest population with a deviation of negative 0.6%. So with that, we'll move on to draft map number 6. And here is our overview of draft map number 6. Should be pointed out, much like draft maps number 3 and 4, Council District 3 is exactly the same in both maps. And so there's no difference between Council District 3 and draft map number 5 and draft map number 6. So we'll start once again with Council District 1. And the changes to Council District 1. So a lot of these changes are similar to draft map number 5, just some small variations here. So this area that's being removed from Council District 1, instead of coming across Gardena to Maine, it comes down Avalon to the power lines that are behind the industrial areas on the south side of Gardena Boulevard here, down the power lines here, and then down the power lines again to the 91 freeway. And then it comes back over and picks up Avalon again, over to Victoria Street, and then down Main Street, down to, once again, Martin Luther King Street here, and through the Victoria Creek storm drain. And so that's a little different in the areas that are being removed from Council District 1. And then we have a little different cut here of the areas being added on the southern edge. And so what we have here is all of the area here, just on the other side of Callis Park, and 223rd Street being the southern boundary here, all the way over to Dolores, and then back over to Avalon. And then we have this area here at 220th Street that goes over to the Dominguez Channel, and then back up to the Dominguez Channel with this same cut around the mall that we've seen in other draft maps. And this is Council District 1 under draft map number 6. Then we have Council District 2. This is our current Council District 2. Once again, the additions here in green and the areas we're removing in pink or red. And so I already described, once again, this area up in the north that's being added and removed from Council District 1, as well as there's a small area here between 220th, 223rd, Dolores Street, and Grace Avenue that's also being removed. And then in the south here, everything south of 228th Street is being removed from Council District 2. And with this is Council District 2 under draft map number 6. Next up, we have Council District 3. As I described a couple of minutes ago, Council District 3 is the same in both draft maps, and so I won't review the boundaries again, but we'll show you the maps. So here are our changes to Council District 3, areas in green up in the north of the district being added, and the areas in red being removed. And so this is Council District 3 under draft map number 6. And lastly, we have Council District 4. This is our current Council District 4. These are the changes to Council District 4. As you can see, we're removing all of the areas that are north of 223rd Street that go up into this area that goes north of the 405 freeway. We're adding in this area, once again, between 223rd Street, 220th Street, the Dominguez Channel, and Callis Park here. And then all of this area that is south of 228th Street is also being added to Council District 4. And so here is Council District 4 under draft map number 6. And so once again, just an overview of draft map number 6. And here's our aerial view of draft map number 6. And lastly, with draft map number 6, here is our top line demographics from the 2020 census. Draft map number 6 has an overall deviation of 2.2%, with Council District 2 having the largest population with a the least amount of population with a deviation of negative 1.2%. This next slide just shows you side by side the current map with draft maps number 5 and 6 so that you can compare and contrast the three of them. And as I mentioned earlier, Mayor and Council, we did have one map submitted by a member of the public, which we wanted to show you this evening. So this map was submitted by Rick Polito. This map has an overall deviation of 3.81%. And certainly if the Mayor and Council chose to, they could select this map as your final map option as well. We believe it meets all the same requisite criteria as the 6 draft maps that we provided to the Mayor and Council thus far.
Andrew, I've got a question. What about the overall deviation of this publicly submitted map? Hello?
It's about 3.8, Councilman.
Oh, it went silent at this end of things here. 3.8, I see, okay.
The smallest District 1 is minus 2.02%, and the largest would be District 2 at 1.79%. And yeah, the absolute value of the two of those numbers, and you get the 3.8.
3.8, that's the difference, okay. Thank you.
I don't know if did I lose Andrew?
Yeah, he dropped off, JR, so he'll probably try to jump back on here.
Okay. Yeah, the presentation.
He's jumping. Here he is.
Here we go. Madam Mayor, if the council has any questions, I mean, we're happy to answer questions about specific maps and about neighborhoods, and then I think we'd like to again try to get some direction from council on whether you're leaning toward a map, if there's a specific map, or particularly areas of the city where there's neighborhoods that may be divided. The council may feel like that neighborhood needs to be, kind of put together, and then we'd have to adjust the districts around it in order to accommodate that. A couple of examples would be, the neighborhood, Termont, where it's divided between in a number of the maps between District 1 to the west, District 3 to the east. If you put that whole neighborhood together, then it sort of pushes one or the other district, into different configurations, and either to the east or to the west. Same with the very dense neighborhood south of the 405, right where we are now with City Hall, and a little bit to the west. And I think Andrew mentioned at the last meeting that it's so relatively dense to the rest of the city that even making a relatively minor geographic change in a map is a lot of people, and it makes for a big swing in the a big swing in the size of a district, taking a population out or putting population back in. But what it means is that in a number of the maps, one neighborhood is relatively speaking, perhaps divided to 3, or maybe in one map even 4 different districts. All of the districts kind of meet and converge in this neighborhood, right where basically where we're sitting right now in City Hall. And so those are a couple of points. We've gotten some feedback from some of our workshops from members of the community about some of the maps that push one map, for example, pushes, I think it's map 1 or 2, pushes District 4 up north of the 405 freeway and has a boundary at Carson Street, dividing that neighborhood, one side of Carson Street to the other. I think it's the only map that does that. And again, I think we talked about the sort of middle of town and then the neighborhood to the north. The other is whether District 2, really ought to more or less largely stay below the 405 freeway, or in a number of maps where it goes all the way up to Gardena Boulevard and really form the entire western edge of the city. Is that something that the council would like to see too? So there's a lot of variation in the maps. All of the maps are legally sound. Demographically, they work. You've seen the deviations, the difference in the deviations between a couple of the maps. I know that when we went from districts or draft maps 1 and 2, the council asked for additional maps to get lower deviations, which we did produce, and then we were asked to produce more maps 5 and 6. So we could make more maps, or we could get direction on some of the current maps that you have.
Thank you. Questions from my colleagues? Questions, not a debate, just questions.
JR, I believe I'm going to reserve my comments. I have a meeting with, we're scheduling a few like last minute meetings in the communities that we represent, correct?
Like town hall meetings?
Yes.
Like town hall meetings?
Yes.
So, I want to hear the concerns of my constituents before I weigh in on any of these maps.
I think once you have these town hall meetings, we're going to have a special meeting just to do the district if we're going to change at all. And so we can have because it has to be open to the public this time. So I think once we have our individual town hall meetings, if we could have them before our deadline, you have them already. I haven't scheduled one for District 4 yet. District 2, I'm sorry, because it doesn't have a council person.
Madam Mayor.
Just a second. Somebody's on who was that? Staff?
Some feedback.
Give us feedback.
Okay, Councilman Hicks.
Yes, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to let the community know that I'm actually scheduled to do a town hall on this Saturday, February the 19th at Mills Park from 10 to 11. I know that flyers have been developed. I haven't seen them through staff, but I was told that the walking man was going to be walking through the area, and I just need to get that information so that the residents in District 3 will know that this is taking place this coming Saturday at Mills Park at 10 a.m.
Mine is also on Saturday as well. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure which. I believe I'm at Stevenson Park. I'm not sure of the time. Please make note of that as well. We're trying to cover the whole city in a short amount of time.
Yeah.
So yes. whether you go to mine, whether you go to Cedric's, whether you go to Councilwoman Rojas, Councilmember Deere, the mayor is going to be on tour. She's going to be everywhere in every district.
Roller skates. Roller skates.
She's going to have a parade.
Yeah.
Right. The council district that doesn't have a council person in it, Councilman Deere and I can do that together if he'd like.
Sure, we can do that.
And so can we come up with a date so we can get on our roller skates and make that happen?
Madam?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I just wanted to throw out there, mine is this weekend, 1 p.m. at Focia Park. So please, all the people in District 4, all the residents in District 4, I would like to hear from you. You are the voice. So please come out, 1 p.m. Focia Park.
Okay. So what I'm going to do, Councilman and I will come up with a date, JR, so we can get the flyers out, the Walkman, David, and then from that, because it doesn't seem like we're gonna have a lot of comments, and then we'll open the public hearing. But come up with a date. I'll have staff to contact all of us to see when we have a special council meeting, just to go over the district, the maps.
Sounds good, Madam Mayor. We'll do it.
Okay.
Yeah, after the public input would be good. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, we're gonna open the public hearing. Madam City Clerk, is there any public testimony?
For item 24, right?
Yes.
No, I believe the people who spoke for the agenda items.
No, not
no, this is item
23.
23.
Item 23.
I'm sorry, there's so many, excuse me.
Districts.
Notice of public hearing has been given pursuant to applicable law, including but not limited to proof of timely publications received by the city clerk. The posting requirements were met for individuals and organizations. The posting affidavits are on file in the city clerk's office, and there were no written communications received.
Is there any public comment? No one's queued up to speak or anything?
There are none in the queue.
Okay. We're gonna close the public hearing. And council deliberation, like I had said earlier, I'd like to look at a calendar for a special meeting just dealing with the districts. We may even end up keeping the same maps. I don't know.
So, Madam Mayor, maybe you and I could do either Veterans Park or Carson Park. Either one of those would be good for.
Okay. Well,
where you do outreach to the west side.
Yes.
And I am having a citywide on Saturday, the 26th. 26th, 12 noon at the Carson Community Center. And the public's invited, of course.
Yeah. Have all the flyers been made? And I wait a minute. Are we allowed? Because when I did this, I said council districts, not citywide. The mayor's the only one, if I'm not mistaken, can do it.
Citywide also.
Okay. Then okay. You still are. So have the flyers been made?
Yeah, yes, they have.
Yes.
I haven't seen any.
They're printed today, I think.
I have a question.
My bad. Mine is on the 26th, according to my calendar at Stevenson Park.
Madam Mayor, I've got
a second, one at a time.
Sorry,
JR?
I've got a copy of the flyer. If you want me to, I can put it up on the screen.
Please.
You want to do that?
Mm-hmm.
And also, JR, are you going to be at the any of these meetings? Are you going to be present?
I'll be at all the meetings.
Oh, terrific. Okay. We'll give you comp time.
Oh, that's not. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, so we still have two virtual meetings left. One tomorrow night, the 16th, and one on the 22nd. And then this is we've got different flyers for the different neighborhoods. So
thank you.
The ones for this is the flyer for the Mills Park. So Mills Park is featured here.
Okay.
Then it has the dates. So Mills Park is this Saturday, the 19th at 10 a.m. And then below it says Foysia Park at 1 p.m. So we're going to be running from one workshop to the next workshop on that date. And then the following Tuesday, the 22nd, is a virtual meeting. You've all attended some of the virtual meetings. And then the following Saturday, we're also doubling up. And it's a little tighter. We've got a 10 o'clock at Stevenson Park on the 26th, and then noon in the community center. And so I think you're correct. We could do one more in-person meeting if you wanted to do one of the parks on the West, Carson Park.
Yes.
Our Veterans is one of the ones we were going to do. I think it's the first one that we were going to do in person, and that's the night that or the day that we switched to virtual.
Okay. I have a request.
Sure.
Because we're doing these at, say, Mills Park, is there anything on the back of this flyer?
My understanding is the back of the flyer has other city information.
No, we don't want to. We don't want to mix. This is all about redistricting, and my request would be that this entire front flyer, Part B, Mills Park Town Hall meeting, and then on the back you put the other ones. Then when you go to the next park, because when I pick it up, I don't want, they'll turn it over and see it. So I'd like you to use both sides of the flyer, but just focus on districting. And you should be doing a different flyer for other things. The one comment that I got, and I got several phone calls about this last flyer that went out, there was so much information on there that it was too much. And we wanted to focus on workshops in each of our council persons' district. And that means Saturday, February 19th, Mills Park workshop on what does it say? Where does it say redistricting?
It's up here. The top.
Yeah, that's a lot of information on that first. To get people's attention is who, what, when, where, and why. We want them there at Mills Park on the 19th, and on the back, if they miss it, they could have other information.
Okay.
But this was already printed, right?
How many has been printed? Or is this just a sample?
No, I think it's whatever they print for
that community?
Correct.
Okay, so for the next one, could we just focus on redistricting?
Yes, ma'am.
We're trying to get across. That's what this is all about. That's why we're doing these extra meetings. Big, bold, red letters, redistricting at whatever park we're going to be at, Carson Park, Stevenson Park. So those residents know this belongs to them. And on the back, if you miss it, is information. Okay?
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. We'll do.
Okay. We get good feedback. Okay. So I'm going to have our Ginger to Contact come up with a couple of dates and see when it's a good time to have a redistricting meeting to go over the maps. And Andrew, see if you're available. Shoot us a calendar because you know what the deadlines are. Dates that we could possibly have this special meeting.
Sure, definitely, Mayor. I'll be happy to do so.
Okay. Is that okay with my colleagues? Yes, maybe, no.
Well, if
it'll work.
You think it's necessary,
Yeah. Well, because you have 6 maps, we want to narrow them down to something that's doable. 6 maps, we will not be able to do that in a meeting like this. Okay? If it's
fine.
Okay, thank you. That's our discussion, so we'll get the date and then we'll coordinate the calendars. Okay? The next item on this agenda is what? Oh, lost me. Oh, consent calendar. No, approval of the January 4th, 2022.
Minutes. Yeah.
Yes. I beg your
I'll
pardon?
move approval, Madam Mayor.
Second.
Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Yes, Madam Mayor, roll call. Councilmember Bocatia Rojas.
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Deere.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Hilton.
Yes.
Mayor Lula Davis Holmes.
Yes. Approval of the consent calendar with all except items number 16, so 11 through 22 with the exception of 16.
I move approval of the consent calendar. We already continued 16. We agreed to that?
Yes, that was a presentation.
Okay. All right, well, that's my motion to approve
Second.
it. Except for 16 is done already.
All in favor, signify by.
You don't want to ask if people want to pull?
Oh, I'm sorry. Who wants to pull an item? Does anyone want to pull an item from the consent calendar? Hearing none? Madam City Clerk?
Got it. Councilmember Bocatia Rojas. You're on mute, ma'am. Okay. Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Deere.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Hilton.
Yes.
The meeting. Mayor Lula Davis Holmes.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Okay, we just completed items number 23. The next item is item number 24. Public hearing to consider the first reading of ordinance number 222201 entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Carson, California approving an economic development benefit agreement with South Bay Carson LLC. Staff. Oh. City Clerk.
Yes. Notice of public hearing has been given pursuant to applicable law, including but not limited to proof of timely publications received by the city clerk. Posting requirements were met for individuals and organizations. The posting affidavits are on file in the city clerk's office, and there are no written communications that were received.
A staff presentation. May we have a report, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For item 24, for the public hearing to consider the first reading of the ordinance entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of City of Carson, Council, California, approving an economic development benefit agreement with South Bay Carson LLC. Presentation will be presented by our Director, Saeed Nasay.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Earlier today, the EDC unanimously recommended approval of the Economic Development Benefit Agreement to the City Council. The agreement is with South Bay Carson LLC, the owner of property at 20151 South Main Street. The site has been vacant for decades and is a former landfill site. Currently, it's temporarily approved to store vehicles. The city's charter includes a comprehensive set of economic development incentives and programs to promote development of environmentally challenged properties such as this one, and create jobs and enhance city's finances. The cost to develop environmentally challenged properties is much greater than developing on green fields. In addition, the city desires the site to be developed with retail uses to serve the community. The development of the site as retail is probably not feasible without financial assistance from the city, as in the past, several projects were proposed and none have materialized. The agreement will enable the city to rebate portions of sales tax revenues generated from the property to foster development of retail facilities at the property. The property owner is in the process of identifying a variety of retail uses for the site. The purpose of the agreement is to reduce the feasibility gap to develop the site as retail versus developing the site as industrial. The retail users typically pay lower rent to the property owner than industrial uses. However, retail uses provide the community with tangible benefits. The industrial development, on the other hand, could potentially be feasible on the property without any financial incentive from the city. The tax rebate to the property owner helps make a retail development economically feasible. I'll briefly go through the main deal points of the agreement. This is a 20-year agreement, and years through 0 to 5, the property owner will receive 65% of sales tax revenues from the city. From years 6 to no later than 20, this subsidy would be lowered to 55% of city sales tax revenues. Each year, the first $100,000 of sales tax revenue goes directly to the city without being subject to the sharing formula. The subsidies tax is capped, at $18 million maximum. So the agreement either terminates in 20 years or when the $18 million cap in sales tax rebate is reached. In addition, retail facilities are required to use reasonable efforts to recruit and hire city residents for full and part-time employment opportunities. The city is projected to receive several $1 million in sales tax revenue over the life of the agreement after the tax rebates are accounted for. That concludes staff's report.
Thank you. City Council, are there any comments or questions at this time? Okay, I'd like to open the public hearing. We don't have a public, there is no public hearing. Does anyone want to speak or anything? Okay. Public hearing is being closed. Council deliberation. Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion, Madam Mayor. Now that, I lost my page, sorry. I put too many pieces of paper up here.
Is it you want me to do it, Jim? I'll make the motion.
Oh, go ahead. Sure.
Waive further reading and introduce the first reaching ordinance number 22-2201, entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Carson, California, approving an economic development benefit agreement with South Bay Carson LLC.
Second.
Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Bocatia Rojas.
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Deere.
Yes.
MPC Hilton.
Yes.
Madam Mayor Lula Davis Holmes.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Okay, item number 25 is another public hearing to consider a substantial amendment to the 2021-22 annual action plan and consider adopting resolution number 22-025 of the City of Carson, California, amending the 2021-2022 action plan budget. Staff.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, our Community Development Director, Saeed Nasseh, will also provide a report.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Madam Mayor.
Oh, I have to open the public hearing. I'm sorry. Madam City Clerk.
Yes, ma'am. Notice of public hearing has been given pursuant to applicable law, including but not limited to proof of timely publication received by the city clerk. Posting requirements were met for individuals and organizations. The posting affidavits are on file in the city clerk's office, and there's no written communication received.
Thank you. Staff presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Staff is requesting the council to amend city's 2021-2022 annual action plan approved by City Council on April 20th, 2021. The proposed amendment transfers $95,000 from the commercial rehab program to the residential rehab program. There is a substantial interest in the residential rehab program, while the commercial rehab program is not as popular. On the other hand, we also have seen a significant rise in construction costs. This addition will allow staff to provide needed rehabilitations to each request for residential projects. In fact, within a month, we will be proposing an increase in allotted amounts for residential rehabs because of this substantial increase in construction costs. That concludes staff's report.
Okay. Public hearing is open. Are there any comments, Madam City Clerk?
There's no one in the queue, ma'am.
Okay. Public hearing is closed. Council deliberation.
Madam Mayor, I think this is a good move on our part. Staff recommends it, and this neighborhood pride program is something that is really helpful in Carson, keeping up the looks of our neighborhoods in general, and specifically helping out individuals that have a home that they're proud of, they own it, but they, for maybe circumstances beyond their control, they aren't able to keep up the quality of the appearance of the house compared to their neighbors, and the city will come and help that individual, therefore helping the entire neighborhood, therefore helping the entire city. So it's a good move. Thank you.
Like to make a motion?
Sure. Let's see. I move we approve the submission of substantial amendment to the 2021-2022 annual action plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and authorize the following relocation of community development block grant. The CDG funds within the 2021-2022 annual action plan from commercial loans and grants, which is also known as commercial rehabilitation, to neighborhood pride program, which is residential rehabilitation. Cost is $95,000. That's the amount of money we're moving tonight. If it passes.
Second. Second.
Okay. Second.
We heard it.
Okay. What about this waive further reading of adoption resolution? We don't have to read all that? Did you read that? Waive further reading and adopt resolution number 22025?
Yes. Okay, let me flip the page again. Let's see. Oh, yeah. For the reading, adopt resolution number 22-025. The resolution of the City Council of the City of Carson, California, amending the 2021-2022 annual action plan budget to reallocate funding within the 2021-2022 annual action plan.
Mayor,
Second.
second. It's been moved and properly second, Madam City Clerk. Roll call.
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Bocatia Rojas?
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Gier?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Hilton?
Yes.
Madam Mayor, Lula Davis Holmes?
Yes.
Unanimous, all five.
Okay. The next item, the discussion items, we'll start with item number 26, consider resolution approving an agreement for the position of city manager staff. Oh, wait a minute, who's gonna give this report? City attorney.
I will be giving the report, and I apologize that I can't put my camera on, but I will provide the report. The council had authorized the city attorney's office to negotiate a contract with Mr. David Roberts and bring it back for approval. The negotiations have taken place, and the summary of the benefits the summary of the benefits are that Mr. Roberts' starting salary will be $281,000, guaranteed 3% COLA each anniversary. There is a severance package of 12 months if the city manager is terminated without cause within the first 2 years, 9-month severance if he is terminated without cause after that. The city manager receives 10 hours per month for the first 10 years of vacation, cap at 600 hours. He receives 10 hours per month, cap of 1040. The admin leave is 8.33 hours per month, cap of 100, and he receives 3 floating holidays. He receives a car allowance of $600 a month and a cell phone allowance of $75 a month. The CalPERS retirement will be 2% at 55 per plan, and CalPERS requirements, which is the same as, hold on. Okay, and then one last thing, sorry, I just want to get the correct language, because for CalPERS, you have to be very specific with what you report out. If allowed by law and CalPERS requirements and applicable state laws, the city manager, after the anniversary of his 5th year with the city, would receive 100% of health benefits upon retirement for him and his dependents. But that's only if allowed by CalPERS requirements and state law. And that concludes my report.
Thank you.
And congratulations, Mr. Roberts.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I will move that we adopt resolution number 22-027, approving the proposed city manager employment agreement with the stipulation that the city attorney mentioned that as long as it's not a CalPERS issue, we have 5 years instead of 10-year requirement for the health benefits. And authorize the mayor to execute the agreement with Mr. David C. Roberts Jr. following approval as deformed by the city attorney.
Is this a motion? Are we doing is this a motion?
That's a motion, but Sonny did
second.
Get everything in there?
You did, Councilman. If it's okay, if I could just clarify that what you're saying is that section 6.3 of the agreement before the council be modified to put a requirement that the employee must work at least 5 years as a Carson City employee before that benefit applies, and that benefit only applies if CalPERS and state law allows it.
That's correct. That's the motion.
Perfect.
A second.
It's been moved and properly second, Madam Clerk.
Roll call. Councilmember Bocatia Rojas?
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Deere?
Yes.
MPT Hilton?
Yes.
Madam Mayor Lula Davis Holmes?
Yes.
Okay, all five, that's unanimous.
Okay, item number 27. Fiscal year 2021-2022 mid-year financial report and consider adoption of resolution number 22-021 to amend the fiscal year 2021-2022 budget. Could I have a report from staff, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council. We will have before you our Finance Director, Mr. Tariq Rahmani, who will be providing our mid-year report for your approval and consideration and approval.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, Honorable Mayor, City Council. My presentation today will be brief about the mid-year budget for fiscal year 2021. I will start, as we always do, how we started the year. So for as of July of last year, we started the fiscal year with a $59.4 million in reserve fund. And that is significantly one of the highest, if not the highest in Carson's history, with a $32 million in surplus. And most of this general fund saving is as a result of the vacancy rate that we have seen last fiscal year in the city of Carson. This is an up-to-date vacancy rate that shows you the number of vacant positions in the city of Carson. We have been, with the help of the city's HR department, making good stride. We're now at 13% vacancy rate, and the top two department with the highest vacant FTEs continues to be Public Works and Community Services. And again, vacancies always have an effect on projects as well as contracts, and that will always be the main source of the general fund savings. For this fiscal year, the expenditures are currently at 45%, and we're also seeing about 5% underspending for the year. We were supposed to be at 5%, and most of the saving, again, as I mentioned, this year is also related to personnel vacant positions. We do not anticipate that the city will overspend its budget, but we do expect that the spending will accelerate at the end of the year as we are filling up positions and also wrapping up some major project expenditures. For the revenues, however, I think you can see here we are at 52%. We are trending to be at higher than projection, which is a good thing. So with the effect of underspending as well as revenues coming in at a higher rate than expected, we will expect that the general fund reserve will continue to be at that same level. Sales tax, as you can see in front of you, we are at 50%. The Measure K, we are at 45%, but we do have enough information from our consultant that shows that we are expecting to either be equal or exceed the $13.9 million in Measure K. For the mid-year, the proposal we have, it's very minor adjustment from the Public Works Department, a request of about $460,000, and none of these requests will be coming from the general fund reserve. What we're doing is basically looking at savings that the department has already generated, and we will be allocating the savings that currently exist into funding these 7 line items from Public Works. That concludes my report, and let me know if you have any questions.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I did have one question through the City Manager, Tariq. Going back to the slide on the UUT, I know that many of my residents have been contacting me in regards to the utility bill being more. Is that contributed to more being collected based upon the bill itself or the usage?
It's basically the usage, Council Member. I can, if you want, I can kind of go and look into the details of it. but all I know is that the increase in billing is usually related to usage.
Okay, because what has happened, many of the residents are calling about their gas bill has tripled. The light bills have almost doubled. So I'm just looking at this point in time, we're at 79% and we're at mid-year. So we are collecting we used to do 10 million a year. So we dropped to 7. So we seem to be going back to the same, but I know that the residents' utility bills have increased. So I just wanted to know if that was a part of that process.
That's also correct, Council Member. I think for last year as well, there have been some payments that have been provided to the payers, and therefore most of them are making most of the payment from last year as helping with the utility rates. Some of them did. So we are kind of seeing a lag between what happened last year versus now. We are going to exceed the 7.4 million, like you mentioned. And we are targeting almost who would be around 9 million by year end.
Thank you.
And UUT?
UUT, correct.
UUT.
Mm-hmm. I know my bills have doubled.
Yeah.
Okay, where am I? Any other comments?
Just a reminder to our residents regarding the utility user tax, the UUT. If you are age 65 or more, and you are the payer of the bill, you are eligible for a waiver of paying that tax. Just a reminder. Most of them know that, but some people are just turning 62 this year, and they might not have known it before that.
And also a reminder to the Honorable Mayor and Council that on March 15, we're going to start our first budget workshop for the year. And we are planning to have the first workshop with an over-detailed forecast of the revenues for next year, including special revenues.
Any more comments?
I just want to comment and thank Tariq for the excellent presentation. I think that it's important to know where the money is and important to know how the city is advancing. So I'm grateful for you in that presentation, clear and concise. Looking forward to the budget workshops.
Tariq, I'm sorry.
Yes.
This is a receive and file mid-year budget report, but you're also asking for a resolution to be approved. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Councilmember Jim Deere. The only reason is there's a budget transfer policy that requires staff to bring any transfers above $25,000 to council's approval. So we're moving money between accounts, and the amount is $468,000. So we need the council's approval of the resolution.
I'll make a motion to that effect then, because we want to move our meeting along this evening.
Second.
And approve staff recommendation to adopt resolution number 22-021, a resolution of the City of Carson City Council amending the fiscal year budget 2021-2022 budget in the general fund.
Second.
Madam Clerk.
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Bocatia Rojas.
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Deere.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Hilton.
Yes.
Madam Mayor Lula Davis Holmes.
Yes.
All 5, that's unanimous. Motion carries.
Item number 28. 28?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Adoption of resolution number 22026 of the City Council of the City of Carson, California, approving City Manager's recommendation to reorganization and reporting structure of the Community Services, Parks and Recreation Department, defunding and eliminating certain community services, Parks and Recreation Department positions, and authorizing the City Manager to enter into a side letter agreement with the Association of Management Employees staff.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That was a long title.
A lot.
We have, for tonight's presentation, we'll have our Acting Assistant City Manager of Administrative Services, Mr. Robert Lennox, provide presentation to both the Madam Mayor and Council.
Thank you, City Manager Roberts, and good evening, Madam Mayor, members of City Council. I have a brief slideshow I can bring up so you can follow along. So this is item 28, the reorganization plan for the Community Services Parks and Recreation Department. Just a little bit of background, as many of you are already aware, the department currently is structured with 5 operational work groups. Some are referred to as divisions, while others are considered program sections. They include recreation, human services, transportation services, community center or Carson Event Center operations, as well as administration. And each of these program areas or work groups have direct reports currently reporting directly to the department head, despite the work groups having several satellite and offsite locations for that reporting structure. What is proposed in the department reorganization plan is restructuring that into 3 functional divisions. One is recreation, which remains pretty much unchanged. Another is community services, a brand new division being proposed, which would effectively consolidate several of the work groups previously mentioned under a single umbrella. And then, of course, the administrative division, which also would remain functionally unchanged. And as you can see here, these are the various program areas within each of those 3 divisions that staff would be responsible in their respective division focuses. So within the administrative division, there aren't many changes at all. In fact, the only personnel shift would be transfer in of a senior clerk from the community center operations to support administrative functions at the department's main headquarters at the corporate yard. Within the recreation division, however, there are some changes proposed. First and foremost, the existing recreation program managers are recommended to be shifted from a non-exempt status to an exempt status to provide more support to field staff during after hours and weekend times when much of our city's programming are taking place and other staff are currently at work. There are a number of new positions proposed within this division, including a recreation coordinator dedicated to helping and assisting with the coordination of special events. I want to highlight that this would not preclude our existing staff at each of our park sites and program sites from participating in events. However, they would be receiving really additional support and a lead coordinator to head up the events, manage those budgets, and coordinate all marketing and program delivery. Another new position proposed is the assistant recreation coordinator full-time to support permits and reservations. This is seen as sort of a backup to our existing recreation coordinator within permits. This is an increasing area of program activity. We've seen it in the last year, even during the pandemic. A lot more of the public are requesting use of facilities and equipment. And so we've seen the need for increased support, full-time support for this program area. A third one is assistant recreation coordinator focused specifically on enrichment and contract classes. This is something that we've also seen increase during the pandemic. These include activities like music lessons, could be arts classes, personal enhancement experiences for the public. The full-time assistant recreation coordinator would be tasked with recruitment of instructors and finding new and interesting and innovative classes for the public to participate in to increase the amount of opportunities for our residents. The last change within recreation is essentially a transfer in from the community center of a typist clerk to assist recreation with some of the monitoring and access of our new ActiveNet program. This really will be key for a lot of the increased and enhanced programming within enrichment, as well as permits to process receipts, as well as tracking program participants, rosters, and things of that nature. Perhaps the largest change is the, as I mentioned, the creation of a new division called Community Services. And so this is consistent with the department's name of Park, Recreation, and Community Services. This is a division that will have an umbrella that incorporates the transportation component, human services component, community center or Carson Events Center component, as well as the existing human services and senior services. So within this division, there is a recommendation to incorporate a new superintendent role to effectively mirror the same structure that exists already on the recreation side of the department house. And this role, as you did actually approve earlier under consent, would be tasked with overseeing all of these program areas and housed on site at the community center as part of the Civic Center campus. The next move would be a reclassification of our existing transportation supervisor to a transportation program manager. Again, the focus here is to transition all program managers to exempt status so that they can provide additional after-hours support to staff that typically operate during non-business hours. The next is, I'll take the next two together, both reclassification proposals, one for Human Services Program Manager and another for Community Center Program Manager. These are both currently just termed as Human Services Manager and Community Center Manager. The intention here is to bring them on the same level as all program managers throughout the department. One caveat here is you can see the asterisk. These are contingent upon the side letter agreement being executed. And only once that's executed, contingency is that they can be filled and reclassified once the position has been vacated, either by natural attrition, promotion, or other means. In other words, these would not revert to program manager roles until the staff in those roles leave from those roles. The next is a reclassification of a new position called Human Services Program Coordinator, focusing on youth and family services. This is somewhat of a consolidation between a grant-funded part-time role that we currently have and youth services officer that we currently have, merging the two responsibilities as many of the tasks overlap and focusing on the whole family experience and providing outreach support services to youth in the schools as well as families in the home. So this is a brand new opportunity within the city and department, and we would look to have the part-time role reclassified to this full-time role. The next is a Human Services Assistant Coordinator, focused purely on geriatric support services. As we have seen, the population of Carson, a big portion of it is aging, and there's a bigger need for geriatric support of our residents. Many of our geriatric aides do in-home support, provide programming to folks who are homebound. There is a need for a full-time person to help oversee those programming efforts, and this position would achieve that. The next is adding a event services coordinator full-time to the community center operations, specifically focusing on sales. What we have seen is that during after hours and weekends, there is a huge demand from private parties who want to come in and book the space and receive sales consultations. However, in the past, there hasn't been consistent coverage by experienced sales staff on hand to answer questions, provide tours, and things of that nature. This position will allow for that overlap of scheduling so that there isn't any time during the weekend or after hours where there's unintended expertise at the front counter for people to get their questions answered. And then to round out this division, adding a single administrative specialist, again, to mirror what we have on the recreation side, focused purely on the sort of budgetary and grant opportunities for the division. This specialist will be critical on preparing and consolidating all the program areas and sections, as well as their revenue and expenditure needs year over year. And so with the approval of the reorganization plan, the intended fiscal impact would be about $185,000 $885 per fiscal year, but that would not start until fiscal year 22-23. What that means is that in the current fiscal year, there is no fiscal impact because there is significant savings within the community services operating budget in both salaries and M&O. Additionally, we do anticipate in the next fiscal year an increase in revenues related to a revised fee structure, which will come before the council at a future meeting. We are also seeing an increase in our revenue collection, thanks in part due to the implementation of ActiveNet platform. And then finally, with the additional new positions, we are anticipating and targeting new programming opportunities that will result in additional revenue from fee-based programs. And so that essentially is a summary of the entire reorganization plan. There certainly are a lot of moving pieces. However, I'm happy to answer any questions. And of course, the resolution is there on the screen for your review. And that concludes my report.
Madam Mayor. Hello? Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
Yes, Councilman.
Yeah, I think they, this is a smart guy here. He very cleverly put the recommendation right on the screen, so we can't miss it. You ready for a motion?
Well, I have a couple of questions before. Yeah, we're ready for a motion. Oh, you can make a motion and I have questions. Go ahead.
Okay, sure. So I will move that we waive further reading and adopt resolution number 22-026. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Carson, California, approving city manager recommended reorganization and reporting structure of the Community Services / Parks and Recreation Department. Defunding and eliminating certain community services / Parks and Recreation Department positions and authorizing the city manager to enter into a side letter agreement with the Association of Management Employees.
Second.
Thank you. What I did want to point out, and I want to thank you, Robert, because the community center staffing, and I'm confident you said it, that we will have staff there to assist our residents when they come and rent the community center. I want to make sure that's there, and you did point it out, because all too often when I'm over there, I think we leave that responsibility to our setup crew. And you don't go to Las Vegas Bellagio and see the setup crew taking staff on a tour. So I'm glad that that's there. And then you're repurposing our code enforcement officer. Kudos to you, to give them more of a position with teeth in it that we can kind of monitor. My question was, I want to make sure that the permit section with this new coordinator is supposed to be a self-supporting revenue generating, and you're putting on another staff person. So you're confident that this is going to be a self-supporting program. It's going to cover with the revenue that's coming in from the rental of tables and chairs and all these other things, permit shelters. It's going to be generating the revenue to pay the salaries and benefits for 2 people.
Yes, ma'am. In fact, what you'll see in the fee study that comes forward at a future meeting is the fee structures is recommending full cost recovery in that program section, just for that purpose, so we can make sure we recover all of our costs.
Okay. And the new superintendent, that position is a manager right now. You're just elevating it to the same level as on the park side.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. All right. I'm good.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I had 2 questions. One, I wanted to make it perfectly clear, if this is the case, to Robert Lennox. There are no employees being displaced or being let go because of this reorg?
That is correct, yes, council member.
And that the fee waiver that you discussed with the mayor, keep in mind, we did pass Measure C for our Carson residents, that there is still the cost for the recovery, but they are not being paid the larger cost because it should be a resident and a non-resident fee.
That's correct. The fee study will have a distinction between resident and non-resident fees.
Okay. And my other concern, I know 2 of my colleagues, I hope you guys have gone through this this book that says revenue costs, because there were a lot of items in there that were proposed by our consultant that charges our residents more for youth sports and childcare and all that. I really want you to look at that, because that is not the intent of Measure C or our sales tax. That was not the intent. So when you're looking at this and making your recommendations, be mindful of Measure C and what we promised our residents, and also the sales tax, because I've got to receive phone calls already. You know, these fees are for my kid to play are astronomical. So we will be bringing that before council. I've asked our city manager. The city manager should be reaching out to each one of you, getting your input and your suggestions, because we need to finalize this pretty soon. It's been laying around getting a little dust. So thank you, Robert, for that report. I'm pleased, and there's been a motion and a second. Roll call. Madam Clerk?
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Bocatia Rojas?
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Deere?
Yes.
MPT Hilton?
Yes.
Madam Mayor Lula Davis Holmes?
Yes.
That's all 5 unanimous, motion carries.
Thank you. The next item is item number 29. Consider forming an ad hoc committee to develop a planning process for the city of Carson's 55th anniversary. Staff.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, this item, 55th anniversary of the founding of the city of Carson, will occur February 20th of 2023. So it's almost just shy of a little over a year away. And so this item was presented and requested by our own Madam Mayor. She understands and is realizing that this needs to be addressed quickly and is looking to form an ad hoc. And so, Madam Mayor, we present this to you and the City Council for the recommendation of developing a planning process for the 55th anniversary.
Okay, I'm going to remove myself and ask that Cedric Hicks and our councilwoman be on this ad hoc committee, and then come back with some recommendations. I'm saying, really? Yes, because you are ex-Parks and Recreation Director, so you know all of the bones, the ins and outs.
She likes parties.
And then come back with a recommendation and a budget real soon, because a lot of our events are going to be planned, and we need to see how we're going to move forward. Councilwoman, are you okay with that?
In my mind, I wanted to recommend the councilwoman. I thought you were going to take the ad hoc committee, but just Cedric being there is like you being there. So
yeah, I like to take a man, woman. You know, I just
didn't want you to say that.
I just felt that our new councilwoman could get her feet wet, and she could follow the lead of.
He's gonna get them wet real good, real good.
This is going, and only thing that I'm asking you is that I chair the ball.
Madam Mayor, may I have
Yes.
the floor? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
So we don't want to get the cart before the horse. So I think we have to form the ad hoc committee first, and we'll make it all at once to save time.
Okay.
I'll move that we approve the formation of the 55th anniversary planning ad hoc committee and designate Council Member Cedric Hicks and Council Member Arlene Rojas to serve on that ad hoc committee,
And
as recommended by the mayor.
And who's going to chair the ball?
And you're going to chair the ball because you're very good at chairing those things.
Okay.
You're good at decorations too, so you have a lot of talent.
Yeah, sometimes. Okay. Has been a properly second.
Second.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Bocatia Rojas?
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yeah.
No, he's not so enthusiastic.
Yes, with hesitation. Cedric, you could have said no, and I would have voted for you. Don't worry.
It's like he was voluntold.
He has the expertise. This is our 55th.
I've done the 30th, the 35th.
I did the 45th and the 50th. Okay.
No. Wait a minute.
No, not open for debate. What did you say, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Deere.
I think the city clerk has to finish taking the roll.
She hasn't taken roll yet.
Yes, it is on you, Councilmember Deere.
I voted yes.
Okay, thank you. MPT Hilton?
Yes.
And Madam Mayor Lula Davis Holmes?
Yes, indeed.
Thank you. It's unanimous. Motion carries.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is consideration of local appointments to the city's commissions, committees, and boards, and our city council subcommittees, and our city affiliated organizations by the mayor and city council staff.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. This item is on the agenda to consider appointments and or removals of the CCBs in accordance to the city's charter, Article 6 and or council member assignments and or removals to the city council subcommittees and or city affiliated organizations by mayor and city council. And so this is for your consideration and approval, Madam Mayor and city council.
There's not too many openings on here. Let's see. Councilman Hilton and Councilwoman Rojas, Environmental Commission.
I don't have anybody for the Environmental Commission tonight.
Just like in Bridge, you're going to pass.
Huh?
You're passing. You're
like
passing.
In Bridge, you say, I pass.
Are you passing tonight, Councilwoman?
Yes, on the environmental, yes.
Okay, on the Human Relations, Councilwoman.
I appoint Jill Calhoun, that's Jillcalhoun, and she is my uncontested appointment.
Thank you. Parks and Rec, Councilwoman.
My uncontested appointment is for Edwina Hunter, Hunter.
Okay. Last time I, under the Planning Commission, I said something about, I think, Ted Cordova, but Ted Cordova is on the Economic Development, so I have to find an appointee. He can't serve on two.
He can't serve on the Planning Commission either, right?
He's on the Planning Commission.
Ted Cordova?
Yeah.
Does he live in Carson?
Well, I have him here. What, is this a typo, Madam City Clerk? That's one thing.
It has to be. Ted Cordova was supposed to be on Economic Development, not the Planning Commission.
Well, okay, let's remove him from there because he shouldn't have been there.
Yeah.
And I can come back. He's an alternate on there, so because I have another appointment for the Planning Commission.
Wait a minute, Madam Mayor. So you said he should not be on.
He should not be on the Planning Commission.
No,
Economic Development. Wait a minute. What is it?
Why
He's on
not?
Economic Development. He's
You don't have to be a Carson
resident.
You don't have to be a Carson resident.
But at the last meeting, I said put him on the Planning Commission.
I
He
see.
can't be on there. So I'm saying that position is left open because he cannot be on the Planning Commission. I have to come up with an alternate. He's
So
in
he
the right
stays on
spot.
Economic
Yeah, he
Development.
stays on that commission.
That's the question.
Yeah. Parks and Rec, we did that. Planning, I'll come back to that at some other time. Public Relations, Councilwoman.
I pass on that one.
Okay, Public Safety, I have an alternate. I'm passing on that one also. Public Works, Hilton and a Councilwoman.
Public Works.
Public Works.
Public Works, I'll pass right now. I have one next week.
Okay.
I mean, next time we get together.
Councilwoman?
Yes, my uncontested appointment is Kevin Bagdelay. B as in boy, Agdelay.
Okay, very good. Councilman, Veterans Affairs, Councilman Hilton.
I'm searching for my Veterans Affairs person. Can we get some staff to read the wall of the veterans that we have in Carson? And if you're a veteran tonight and you're watching and you stay in District 1, I would love to appoint you. Reach out to me. I'm just looking for the right veteran. We had a great veteran who represented the Centerview area for so long, and he transitioned, and I'm looking for that Veteran Affairs Commissioner.
Okay, for my So we'll hold off. For my vacant Veteran Affairs, alternate number 2, Al CA, I'd like to recommend him. And also for number 3, his name is Nemie, P is in Paul, last name is Mosequura. And you can call for the alternate positions for the Veterans Affairs. Those are my 2 recommendations.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the mayor's appointments.
Second.
Madam Clerk.
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Bocatia Rojas. You're on mute.
You're on mute, Councilwoman.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember.
Thank you.
Yes.
Councilmember Deere.
Yes.
MPT Hilton.
Yes.
Madam Mayor Davis Holmes.
Yes.
All 5 unanimous, motion carries.
For the women's issues, it's filled but 1 vacant, Dequita Mfume, Dequita Mfume, alternate number 1.
Madam Mayor, we're still in the application closing period for that one, for the Women's Issues Commission.
Opinion application closing. I don't understand.
But we can't appoint until March 1st. It's still.
Oh, okay. I got you. Okay. We'll come back.
Thank you.
Okay. Youth Commission, Hilton, Hicks, and Councilwoman.
Yes, I have someone tonight, and her name is Ariana Butler. Aryanna, last name Butler. She's my uncontested appointment.
We want all of our youth to be uncontested.
Yeah. Well, you never, I just got to make sure I put it on the record.
Okay.
That's correct.
Is there Arlene?
Yes.
You have a appointee?
Yes, my uncontested is Irene Rosales. Rosales.
Councilman Hicks.
Yes, my uncontested is Felicia Jordan.
Okay, can I entertain a motion to approve these appointees?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve these appointees.
Second.
All in, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Councilmember Rojas.
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Deere.
Yes.
MPT Hilton.
Yes.
Madam Mayor Davis Holmes.
Yes.
Okay, unanimous. It was uncontested.
Okay, Measure, didn't have to call roll on that.
Oh, Madam Mayor.
No,
Yeah.
you didn't.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Yes, I do have someone for economic development. I thought it was human relations, but I do have someone that I'd like to appoint.
You have Trini on there.
I'm sorry. No, the environmental.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
For the environmental, here, I'm moving things around. Commission is Roy Love, RoyeLove, uncontested.
Okay. All right. For the Measure C and Measure K Budget Oversight Committee, Councilman Hilton.
Gregory Owens. This is for the UUT, am I correct?
Measure C and Measure K Budget Oversight Committee.
Okay, no, let me
For which one did you say?
I thought this was for the UUT.
Is that?
That's message the same thing.
Okay, that's okay. Yeah, Gregory Owens.
Try to confuse me. Let's see, Councilman Deere.
Yeah, my uncontested appointment will be Nora Mamoli. She's currently an alternate, but I'm making her my regular uncontested member.
Moving her up, okay.
Yes.
So I have a vacancy there. Councilwoman?
Yes, for Measure C, my uncontested is Elizabeth Foisia, Foisia.
All right. Thank you. Those are all uncontested. Mobile Home Park Rental Review Board, our city attorney was supposed to come back with a recommendation because our councilwoman's position was at large.
Yes.
That happened. I didn't. You want to hold off on that, or you want to make an appointment and just change it? What do you want to do?
Yes, it's an at-large and alternate. Is Sunny's gone already?
Yes.
No, I'm
Okay.
here.
Oh, you're here? Oh, okay. What did you come up with?
We have a closed session left.
Oh, okay. All right. So what did we come up with a recommendation on how to make this a full position, or we need to come back?
We need to come back, unfortunately. Sorry.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
Thank you. We'll hold off on that one. Relocation Appeals Board. I would like, I don't know who my uncontested is going to be, so I'm just, Dr. Althea Hemphill, Linda Evans, alternate number 1 is Dennis Batucal, Batucal. Number 2 is Oscar, Oscar, Anson, Ansom, Jr. And Dorothy Tate for number 3. Those you have to vote on.
I make a motion to approve the mayor's appointments.
Second.
If you're complete, Madam Mayor.
Then I'm going to go back to you guys, uncontested.
These are requiring ratification, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that's my motion to approve your appointments.
Second.
Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bocatia Rojas.
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Deere.
Yes.
MPT Hilton.
Yes.
Mayor Davis Holmes.
Yes.
No carries.
How about voting in one?
Those are
Councilman. Now, Councilman Hilton, what do you have?
4.
Relocation Appeals Board.
Oh, I don't. I'll come back to me.
Okay, you'll come back to you. Come back to you. Okay, who's next? Councilwoman.
Pass on that.
Okay.
Come back.
I am, and I can't do it tonight. I'm gonna have to come back and designate my uncontested. Because you guys have voted on all of my appointees, so I have to identify an uncontested.
We thought you said it. You didn't say it on every one of them, just some of them?
I didn't say it on any. So
Okay, gotta be consistent.
I didn't say it, I didn't. So at the next meeting, I'll identify all of my one uncontested on each one.
Okay.
Okay. My mistake. Okay, is that it?
You have also on page 12, the councilwoman has a vacancy in the General Plan Advisory Committee.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's see. General Plan. Yes, you do, Councilwoman. General Plan Advisory.
Yes, I'm going to have to go back on that one. And then also, Madam Mayor, on the, let me see, we have the subcommissions.
Yes.
And then the affiliated organizations. Yeah, so they're all filled.
Well, I'd like you to send me a
Yes.
list of what you're interested in, and then
Okay.
we'll talk to your colleagues if we want to move a few around.
Okay, so
Just send me a list of ones that you might be interested in. I'm sure Cedric want to give up.
Thanks.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, if that's good, I don't need to make a motion for any reconsiderations on that?
No, we'll just ask him, will he be removed? I know you'll
Okay.
talk to him.
Councilwoman, we will have a meeting to go over this, and I'll give them all to you.
I don't want all.
There may be some that Councilman Deere's on, or Mayor Pro Tem, so.
Yes.
No, she wants the one I'm on. They have more fun. They have fun. They meet regularly.
Sounds good. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Council.
And Councilman Hilton and Councilman Deere, if you want to give up something, just call the councilwoman. We don't want to overburden her now.
Same thing, Madam Mayor, same thing applies to city affiliated organizations.
Everything.
Yes.
Yeah, because she's not on anything.
Yeah, I don't have any.
You don't
There's
have
no
any.
room.
The only ones that say by the mayor is in attendance, like the sanitation board. I'm keeping that, and I don't know what else I'm on. I'll look at it.
She could be your alternate.
Who's a regular? Well, we'll see. So look at the list.
We'll look at it. We'll look at it. Yeah, there's a lot. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
So I will be with memorial adjournments.
Yes. I was given the following names: Charnay Sansbury, Mary Lassiter, Edward Villarubia, Edgar Santaromana, and Julian Maxwell.
I would like to add Dr. Bobby T. Newman to that.
Okay. Are there any more? Thank you. Bishop?
Yeah, let's pray, everybody. Father, thank you tonight for a wonderful, productive council meeting, first of all. And Father, we want to pray for these families who are bereaved tonight. And we pray that you would bless each and every one of them. Some names we called because we know, but there's some whose names we don't know. And we ask that you would bless those families. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
All communications for matters not listed on the agenda.
Seeing none, Madam Mayor.
Council members' request to add future agenda items.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I will reiterate the same two. We won't go into lengthy discussion of it. Of course, we have our mobile home park zoning moving forward. That's really good news. We also, as you know, I'm requesting you to have a change of heart and put on a introduction of our ordinance to amend our agenda ordinance to remove the 3/4 requirement, because it stops the majority of the city council from being able to put something on the agenda. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, sorry.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
I also have one request. A couple months ago, we gave direction as a council for the council aides to receive some level of benefits. I would like that revisited at the next council meeting, possibly, if staff hasn't followed through on that.
They don't get benefits?
I thought we gave that direction a couple months ago, but I don't know that it has been completed. We took an action on it, but I don't think it has been completed. Maybe we can ask our city manager.
Well,
he's so new, we'll ask him to bring it back.
Okay.
Yeah, just I'd like to add to the discussion. I made the motion that the council aides would be receiving benefits, and it was interpreted by staff a certain way that may not be that useful for them because they aren't getting any benefits. Now, the CalPERS is going to require the city to give them retirement benefit once they reach 1,000 hours. So city staff, the former HR director, could not stop that. But she did stop the medical benefits from going to the council aides. And I think we need to revisit that because that was in the motion to give them that benefit, but staff arbitrarily removed it, saying that their interpretation of our motion, that means the five of us giving directions, was what they wanted it to be, not what we wanted it to be. So I definitely think the Councilman Hilton, or MPT Hilton, is right. We need to revisit it so we can straighten out that problem.
Okay. Do you have enough time in 2 weeks? We can make it retroactive if it's not. I mean, so is it enough time, City Manager?
Yes, Madam Mayor. We can have it back for the next meeting by March 1st. That's fine.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna go recess back into closed session.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Just a reminder, I did mention it on our last meeting for staff to come up with a plan for our own building and safety division within the city. So I think we agreed that we needed some time. Do we have a better time spent on that, City Manager?
Thank you, Councilwoman. And so, yes, I actually, as I stated before, it's definitely a heavy lift. We are having staff, Mr. Tariq Rahmani, our Director of Finance, and his staff is researching, getting some background information. I've communicated with our Community Development Director, Mr. Saeed Nasei, to also go through some information. But well, we're getting the general information necessary to provide to you all. And our recommendation will be coming back to you, hopefully to have a consultant look into this because the analysis is going to be very comprehensive and we don't really have the staff that's going to be able to drill down everything that we need to have for this. And so I want to make sure it's comprehensive and complete. But as from a time frame perspective, we're looking at, and I would anticipate in about a month and a half before we can get something real solid to you and the council.
Will you have a consultant by then?
We'll be close, Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll have to count. Yes, ma'am. I don't know. We'll have a consultant by then, but we'll be close to getting one. We're going to get the bid out and we'll go from there. But
you keep the councilwoman apprised of your steps along the way. So
absolutely, we'll do so.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you.
And also, well, I know he's going to list the pros and cons of each one of them to do or not. So we're going to recess to closed session to complete our closed session agenda.
Yeah, one item left, item number 4.
Which one is that? Oh, yes, on closed session, right.
Sonny's still with us.
Second. We're now live.
Madam City Attorney, report out on closed session items, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The council met in closed session on the last remaining item and under item 4, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9E1, because there was a significant exposure to litigation in one case and no reportable action was taken.
Is that it?
Madam Mayor, before we close out, can we say happy birthday to Councilman Cedric Hicks?
Can we sing?
What do we sing to him?
Well, he's the singer.
1, 2, 3.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, dear Cedric.
Happy birthday.
See this other version, Cedric. Happy birthday to you.
I want to say thank you to everybody. Thank you. You know, they come twice a year now.
Faster and faster. Huh? Year goes by quick.
Thank you to the city staff for doing these wonderful presentations, and thank you to our city attorney and all of my colleagues. It's time to say good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night.
All right.
Thank you.